What's that? Roll call. Hey, Bill.
Ready? Yeah. Okay. Dolores Toltz, 1. Here. Hold the meeting to order at 10 a.m. Now, Russell. Christopher Eaglebear. Todd Bearfield.
Oh.
Weston Cowboy Bright.
Here.
Stanley Woodknife Jr. Chow Hollowhorn Bear. Royal Yellowhawk. Robert Reddingleaf.
Oh.
Charles DeBray Jr. William J. Marshall.
Here.
Wayne Frederick. Emily Boyd Belandra. Alvin Bearhill.
Here.
Terry Wright Pink. Tevlon Wilcox. Lila Kelsensight. Michael Bolt Sr.
Here.
William Kendall.
President.
Ben Black Bear III.
Oh.
Marion Little Thunder. Here. Okay. We have 12 present. We have a quorum. Todd, can you do an invocation for us today?
Yeah. Morning, Council. I'd like to, I always, every morning I get up and say prayers for everybody, especially the sick and what's going on overseas, and what's going on here in the where we live. And I always start out every morning with Our Father. So I like to, and I didn't do that this morning. I was in a hurry and took off. So I'd like to say the Our Father. If everybody would like to say with me. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name.
Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil.
Thank you.
Thank you, Todd. We don't have Royal here, so I don't have anyone to do the flag song. Chris, can you do the flag song first before we start?
Yeah. Hi ho, hey, hi ho, hey, hi ho, hey, hi ho, hey, oh, hey, oh, hey, oh, I, hey, oh, hey, oh, I, hi, oh, hey, hi, oh, I, hi, oh, hey, hi, oh. Hi, hi, oh, hey, oh, hi, hi, oh, hey, oh, hi, hey, oh, hey, oh. Honka shella, oh, be, oh, bahagay, oh, hey, honke, schnele, nazik, hello, hi, hey, oh, hey, hey, oh, chate, haya, oh, ya, deke, hey, Wechi, chale, chale, chamuel, oh, hey, oh, that's.
We have the request to be excused. Tanya, if you want to read them off. Okay. We got Charles Ray Jr., Royal Yellowhawk, Wayne Frederick, Lilac Hills Insight, that actually contacted me, and I know Michelle, Hollowhorn Bear, Terry Wright Pink, and Tevlon Wilcox are on travel. Is there anybody else that needs to be excused today or tomorrow? Todd?
Excuse at noon today.
At noon?
I have an appointment at IHS at 1.
And Willie at 3? 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock. Anyone else? Stan?
It's 3 o'clock also.
7 o'clock.
7 o'clock. If there's no one else, I need a motion to approve. Bill, second Mike, question. Votes, all in favor?
Bob,
Opposed?
Carol,
Not voting?
one.
Motion carried. So we have a regular agenda. I don't have any additions other than, I have received a last minute notification from Governor Roden that he wanted to be here tomorrow. And he sent an itinerary. Did you send that out to them? Yeah. And y'all got the itinerary in your emails from him. He wants to go on a tour to look at some of the IHIP projects that we've done, and we're also gonna take him to some of the other locations so he can see some of the disparities that we have on the reservation. And Mike, you had your hand up?
Yes, ma'am. When we get to communities, which I hope we do, St. Francis Community has an announcement.
Okay. Ben?
I also add on, I did join the St. Francis community last night, but I also would like to have the chief of police come down today sometime. Also, I'm sure they're supposed to be here also anyways, but the IHS facility manager and also maybe their security department to address some concerns that happened throughout this past week, but at the same time too, try to find a solution to what we can do to help both entities to make our land safe. So that's one of the reasons why I want to talk with the chief of police. But I also want to divert from the agenda when they get here so we can address them as soon as possible. So that way they won't be sitting around as they usually are.
So at that time, I'll have you make a motion for the divert, okay?
All right, thank you.
Madam Chair, could you have the secretary start mailing out some hard copies? Some of our elderly colleagues here don't sit there and stare at computers all day, so we don't get emails. I don't read emails anyway. I don't know how to do it, but my grandkids can't come over every day to read me the emails, so you're gonna have to have the secretary, every time there's messages on a computer, you're gonna have to send it to some of us elderly people, because we don't stare at the computers all day. So I think for courtesy purposes, you need to accommodate some of these elderly people.
So those of you that are here, who would like to have a hard copy sent to them? Stan? Alvin? You want a hard copy sent to you?
Yeah, no, I didn't get any.
No, do you want hard copies sent?
Yeah.
How about you, Mike?
No, I'm good.
You're good?
And then, barely.
And who else? Willie, you want hard copy sent to you? Okay, and Bob? Yeah. Stan? Got your totes.
Guys over there, you guys out there.
Good morning. We had a committee meeting last night, and it was a really lengthy meeting in regards to
We're gonna throw you under the bus.
these reports, council report to the community. So anyway, I'm going to be doing, one of our committee members requested that I give him reports in writing. So yes, I started that last night by giving a copy of the council minutes, the ones that have been approved for the month of October. As soon as we approved in November, they said that would be okay to give a written report. And like, so some don't get email, they don't know how to do that with the phone. So this hard copy is kind of a big deal for me. And it still has, in the Constitution, it says that the council has to give a report. And I know that there was one where they do verbal or written. And I put a copy of the Constitution, the Constitution, I made grab 5 copies and passed them out last night. We read through them and there's nothing in there that said about verbal. I think we're gonna put some language into it. I talked to our attorney here and then he's gonna fix it so that it'll be in it for everyone. Follow the whatever we have to do as a council person to make our reports back.
Yeah, it does state in the Constitution that you can either give an oral or a written. And also within each community, your communities have your own bylaws as well. So you probably need to get a copy of your community bylaws and see if it has anything written in there for you. But yeah, Eric mentioned it to me. Schultz.
Good morning to our listeners and to everyone here. Madam Chair, we're going to be discussing law enforcement tomorrow when the governor's here. Do we have a plan? Because we only have 10 police officers right now, and kind of just stressing how important it is to work with law enforcement right now on a plan to recruit and just make it safer for the people.
He has his own agenda that he set for us, so that's what he's going to be presenting. That's why I asked her if she sent it out.
And then maybe we can have a special meeting to discuss that too, because it's really important that we have a plan with law enforcement.
Yeah.
On recruiting and stuff.
Yeah. Our December is pretty much wiped out, so I can set up a special meeting for January, the earliest in January we can possibly do it.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Hold on, Emily. Alvin?
I just have one question for you. On the bonuses for the tribe, is casino employees included in that?
No, they're not, but yesterday an email was sent. Did you get it? Email was sent to us, asking for consideration, so we'll have to discuss that.
Yeah, I was approached by a couple employees, that's that, so I thought,
Yeah, so we'll discuss it when we get to Wayne.
but thank you.
And Emily.
Good morning, council. I just wanted to check on our meeting for tomorrow. I know it, excuse me, it said 15 minutes per topic, so it doesn't leave much time. So I was just wondering, is it more of a they're gonna come present to us type deal? Is it gonna be options for conversation or
Yeah.
two-way? And if that's the case, how many, for our chairs and our council reps, it doesn't give us much time to prepare. So I was wondering if we could maybe have 20 minutes before we adjourn today, just to make sure we're all having
That's
time
fine.
of action.
Like I mentioned to you and Totes earlier, I was just notified Friday at the close of business that he was coming. We asked for his agenda, his itinerary. They sent to us on Monday afternoon. However, it didn't have Rosebud Sioux Tribe. It had a different tribe's name and it had some misinformation on it. So we asked yesterday for them to update us and we got it. And that's why I sent it to her this morning.
Thank you. No,
So-
I appreciate that coming out. I just wondered maybe for future, like if you get something on Friday, if we could also get informed so we could let our departments and directors and everybody know, hey, we have a date, even if we don't have that itinerary set.
Sure.
Thank you.
Anyone else? If not, we'll start the constitutional officers. My report isn't quite ready, so I'll give it to you all in the morning. I want it to be a written report, so I'll get it to you in the morning. And Tanya, do you have anything? Yep, it's all in there. Can get those out. Yes, Ben.
Can I make a motion to approve the agenda?
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. Can I have a motion to approve the agenda? Ben? Second, Chris? Third. Question, Marion? All in favor? Willie, are you voting?
Well,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
1.
Motion carried. Yeah. You want to hand those out? The bind? Okay. The folders need to go up. That's what she's gonna do. Sunny's here.
I have a question.
Sure, Emma.
At previous meetings, when we talked about resolutions, I thought it was determined that we would go down the agenda and kind of do your report out, and then the resolutions would come up. So I'm just asking, are we gonna be doing resolutions first and not do it that way, or how are we gonna do it? Because, some of the conversations, like for some of our report outs, have to do with resolutions too, so I just wanted to know, like, are we all gonna give a report?
As she gives them out and I call off your committee, then we'll do that resolution at that point in time.
What about the report outs for those committees?
Pardon?
I thought the intention was to have reports from committees, and at that time, we bring resolutions from committees. So are you still asking for reports from our committees right now? So we're not doing the secretary's report?
No, we're gonna do hers first. She's a
Why are we doing
constitutional officer.
Why are we doing resolutions? I guess is why I'm confused.
Because they're gonna come up under the agenda for the
I thought
committees.
resolutions were under the committees, that's why you just said yes, so that's why I'm confused.
Well, it says resolution and our reports, and so when you go down that list, that's when you do your resolutions.
Okay, so we're doing, not doing secretary's report.
She's gonna, if she has something else, then she'll give that to you,
Okay, thank you for clarification.
if she has a report for you. And then it sounds like we're gonna lose our quorum at 3, so we'll get as much done before then. We'll only have 10 left then. But I think when they do their resolutions. Do you have anything to report? No? No, other than the meeting minutes. Okay, so that's you. We'd have to do that now. Yeah. Okay. And if there's anything that needs to be built, just resolutions. Yeah. Do your meeting minutes then.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mike?
traditionally, one of the first pieces of business would be the approval of minutes.
Yeah, that's what she's getting ready to do.
Coming up, I don't see
It's way in the back.
Alright.
Way in the back of your folders are the meeting minutes, and I guess that's the only thing I have right now. I'll give you a few minutes to go over those meeting minutes. In the meantime, I'm gonna go and get the itinerary, a copy of the itinerary for the governor for tomorrow while you're going over the minutes.
I have it.
Oh, you have it?
Yeah. You got my desk in your chat. So on the keyboard, there's a copy. It says Governor Rodden on it.
I need somebody to read them in. Ben, when you said security, who's security?
I just, their head person.
Okay. Off the air and discuss it. I didn't get caught. Yes, Emily?
Thank you. I just have a comment or maybe a request. In the past, we talked about, when we review our minutes to make it easier, when we cite a resolution number, to put a brief description in there, just a few words on what we're talking about. I'm wondering if we could start doing that again, because sometimes it's done and sometimes it isn't. And just for ease of review, it'd be nice just to say,
Yeah.
Whatever this, if it's budget or, just something real brief to describe what
I
we're
agree,
talking about.
because that is how it should be.
Do I need to make a motion just to ensure that happens, so we don't lose sight of that, or is that something that you guys can handle administrative? I just don't want to bring it up, but I just noticed here,
Yeah.
sometimes we do it, sometimes we don't.
Yeah, we need that consistency. Yeah,
So I don't need to make a motion on it?
no,
Okay, thank you.
she'll take note of it now.
Thank you very much.
Are you guys ready to approve the minutes?
Madam Chair, on your report tomorrow, will the fair, report be on there?
Is it going to be tomorrow?
Because it was due October 1st by ordinance.
Yeah, because,
And we should advertise for those positions, right?
we did.
All right.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
We already advertised for those, and then I did tell her to get hold of everybody, so at our next meeting, not tomorrow, but our next meeting, we're gonna do it then.
All right.
All right. Has everybody had a chance to review?
Yeah, I'm motion to approve, the minutes for November, 7th, 12, 13, and 25th.
Fifth.
Yeah.
Can I have a second? Marion, question, Stan, all in favor? Opposed? Not voting? Motion carried. Ben, I just want to let you know, I sent a message for those two to come down to council. In the meantime, I was just notified about something and, we're gonna have to go off of the air for a little bit so that we can discuss it. I don't have a copy of it, but I'm going to have the person that brought it to my attention, inform you all because you're all included. when you wake up.
Hand it to the attorney.
Accidental spouse.
Their job. Yeah.
We'll have, I've had our sergeant at arms go get, oh, there he is. And Dale, you wanna come up? Yes.
I'd like to make a motion to deviate from our agenda to speak with our guests so we can get them.
Can I have a second? Emily, question, Totes, all in favor? For deviation from our agenda?
11,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
2.
Motion carried. Ben?
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. I do want to, I'm going to try to make this as speedy as possible. I requested the presence of both the facility manager for IHS and also the chief of police. There's some concerns that I've had anyways, with both our safety and well-being on the Rosebud, but at the same time too, we did have some issues that came up with some, I guess, like a home invasion, I suppose you can say. So, and a parent of that person who had the home invasion did come up to me and ask me what we can do to help. You know, it was very, very disturbing and very, I guess, really upset about it because of how it happened and where it happened. You know, so I'm gonna be as discreet as I can to try to, you know, not only make sure that the responsibility that you guys have as keeping the safety of our tribal members and our community members, but at the same time too to try to find a solution of what we can to do that. So again, it's always seems like we're going to be, you know, hounding you guys about stuff, but in reality, it's like I wouldn't be doing my job again if I wouldn't speak up. That's my biggest thing. You know, we were elected by the people to come in here to help not only our programs but also our tribal members to get the best health, wellness, safety, and things like that as we move on. So my concern today is that, you know, the situations that are happening, and it happens all the time, you know, but we want to make sure that we can try to prevent it. And what the public sees is that there's no, I guess you can say, no safety net out there. I mean, I know everybody's doing what they can as law enforcement, because I think we were just told that there's maybe 10 law enforcement officers, but we want to make sure that, again, if you guys are doing what you can to help and either get more law enforcement officers or maybe even, you know, helping each other out to, I guess, prevent a lot of these situations that are happening. I did go to the community St. Francis last night. I think that they're here. So, but I went to their community last night because, again, their cry right now is public safety. And I know they went there 2 years in a 2 years in a row. 2 years in a row. I went there last night and I said, I remember 2 years. The chief of police at that time, our chief administrator, was there, and he had I think law enforcement there in St. Francis for like 2 days. I think that was it. You know, but everything was back to what it was supposed to be. Last year, same thing there too. The acting chief of police went there, said we're going to do a lot of stuff, and then same thing, nothing happened. So here we are again, and I'm concerned. I went there last night. I told him I'm concerned because, you know, how many times are law enforcement have come to help to tell you that we're going to try to do what we can. I don't like to hear excuses because excuses are pretty much saying, you know, well, we can't do anything. But we put you guys in these positions to make sure you can by hoping that you're more motivated to get more funding to help get law enforcement or get more people or tribal members to be working for law enforcement. Now, the IHS, on the other hand, too, I was hoping, you know, again, the security department, I did mention at the beginning of the year that we would want to contract, you know, the security department. That probably would have been helpful, I think, in some of these situations. The big concern that I had that it was on campus. You know, it was really kind of difficult because there is security on campus, and I know you guys are doing what you guys can with the security guys you have there, but to be here to find solutions, that's kind of what we're at. And again, the government part of it is where we were elected by the people to make sure that, you know, we can get that safety in there. So that's why I asked you guys to be here so we can, I guess, address this and make sure that, you know, again, in the future, we are doing what we can. Just like, I guess, I had some concerns also with reports last week with St. Francis Indian School where they don't have a resource officer, which is very disturbing to me also. They should have one no matter what. So again, that's directed to the chief of police, but as far as the IHS facility manager, you know, what can we do? You know, how can we help? I guess you can say. Those are just my concerns right now, but I know with the meeting with St. Francis Community last night, there was a lot of other concerns that they brought up, stuff too, as a member by Jess with law enforcement. So, I guess asking what you guys have been dealing with, especially with the chief of police, what obstacles are you dealing with to try to alleviate some of this, I guess, concern in the community with the safety and stuff? Now, again, I know you're short-staffed. That's really tough. We get a lot of mixed, I guess, out there about how law enforcement's not doing what they're doing. But again, this is where we gotta, straighten it out, do what we can to make sure we move forward. So I guess with accessibility, I can ask you what we can do to help with this.
Sure, no, I'm happy you guys invited me down to talk about this. Obviously, this is of great concern to us as well. Our federal housing is expected to be a safe place for our staff to be. It did happen on a house that is kind of farthest from the safety net of being closer to the hospital, so that last row. So that's a concern that I would like to talk with you guys about, because it kind of parallels an open area where there is a lot of foot traffic. As the hospital CEO, I have talked to our staff, as well as a staff member that was broken to, and talked with the family to talk about their concerns as well, which we take very seriously. We did have 2 security officers on that night. We're troubleshooting some issues with the contact, right? So I'm sure some of you have been in the hospital, and there's areas within the hospital, especially on the lower part of the hospital in the basement, where there's not very good cell service. And so we're looking into that, trying to figure out ways we can mitigate that. Because when we do have security on call, we have 2 ways to get a hold of them. We have a phone line that anybody can call that goes directly to that cell phone. Depending on where they are working in the area of the hospital, because they have routine rounds that they have to do on the compound and within the hospital, it'll go directly to voicemail. So we're trying to troubleshoot how we can mitigate that. The other option is people can call directly to the switchboard, and switchboard can page them overhead. So no matter where they're at, unless they're out in a vehicle rounding, they would not hear that page. So we are troubleshooting that because we've identified that as an opportunity for improvement. The other thing I personally did last night was to go around the compound to look at lighting. That is the overhead lighting and our street lights. We do have some lights that are out. I talked to our facility manager to talk about where we at with getting those fixed. There is some issues with the age of those light poles and getting the right type of light bulb in there. So we are working very diligently to close that gap and make sure that every outdoor light is lit. On the back side, though, where this happened, what I noticed, and I don't have the answer for this yet, part of that is conversation with you guys, because I don't know who owns that. But there's the airport that is back there more on the north side, but then as you round over to the west side, there are street lights on the backs of those houses, and some of those are out. And I don't know if they're ours or if they belong to another entity. So I do need to find that out. And I'm working with our OEHE office to try to figure out who owns those, if there are responsibility, but they are on the back side of those houses, along with that, what I refer to as cattle fence. I don't know if we own that cattle fence. It's up, but it's not much of a deterrent. It's a 3-wire fence for livestock. So that was part of the discussion that I had with the family, is maybe we can engage in conversations as to whether or not that is the right type of fence for around the hospital. I've come to understand that we don't have like a local neighborhood watch program. So we're going to talk about some of those scenarios. But I have not only talked with the family and our employee, I've also spoke with the special agent in charge, trying to cooperate with them to get some information as well.
All right, thank you. That's what I want to make sure that we get that addressed because again, it was devastating, of course, them being in their home invasion, they were actually there. So that was one of the biggest concerns that I had too, especially if like they're getting pretty little in the place that happened, it was really difficult. So, but thank you for that. Thank you for coming down. I think that's my biggest concern of what we had. But I guess with the chief of police, what do we have on your part?
As far as
The safety, as far as like, I guess, where we at as far as like law enforcement? I know it was said here before the year that we only have 10 officers. What are we doing to help? Financial wise, we have funding that we can go after to get more officers. I don't see too many, I guess, recruits, what I would say. Hiring our law enforcement officers, again, too, like you were given an opportunity to become a law enforcement officer, right off the street. And then at the same time, too, become where you're at right now. So a lot of our younger generation should have that same opportunity also as we move forward. So I'm just concerned that, where are we at in that situation?
okay, as far as like the communities go for the safety wise, I did propose to judiciary an agreement with the U.S. Marshal Service. It's not saying that they're gonna come here and take anybody out for state warrants and all that kind of stuff. It's to assist tribal police. If there's anything serious that takes place, we have an agreement. If there's an agreement in place, they will come down and assist us. Taking care of a lot of that.
I have another quick question on that one too, though, with the U.S. Marshals. Do they have any authority to stop or arrest? I mean, well, I know you do with the warrants, but like, do they have authority to stop anybody here on the reservation? Do they have that authority?
No, it'll get, not in that sense, more or less coming down to assist us if we really need it, but they're gonna be with us. They're not gonna be out, they're not ICE, they're not anything of that nature, they're not gonna be out looking for you, stopping you, doing anything like that. If there's a serious incident, for example, St. Francis, if that is happening, whenever we start those investigations and things start happening, the U.S. Marshal Service will come down and they'll be present in that community if we need them there.
I just had a concern on that one too. I think 2 years ago, there was an agreement or a resolution that we did pass here. I remember this where U.S. Marshals were to come down to do the same thing to assist that. I don't know if that ever got rescinded, but the reason why I asked about that is that one of our tribal members, one of my community members, actually got stopped on Thanksgiving by the U.S. Marshal. I think he was a U.S. Marshal. He had a special agent on his vest there, and just, I guess, went up to the person and saying, I don't know what the gesture was, but kind of like telling like shame on you for doing what you're doing, I guess, So I was kind of like, what? I said, they don't have authority. They don't have the capabilities to do that. I said, so I'm kind of concerned on that type of issue. I'm glad that they're here, but again, if they're going to be doing, because I don't think there's anybody with them. There wasn't no tribal officer with them. So
Yeah, no, that was not a U.S. Marshal, that was a special agent.
So
The U.S. Marshals, when you come across them, they will have it on, it'll be on them, U.S. Marshal Service, it'll be somewhere on them.
So what was the special agent for? And then they see how the authority.
They're assisting, he's a commissioned police officer, Rosebud Sioux tribe, so assisting patrol.
Okay, so I'll have to look
Call
at
for service and traffic stops, things of that nature. Because we're short staffed, criminal investigations division is helping with patrol.
So yeah, I hate to say it, but I know as far as tribal members, he didn't look like a tribal cop. That's what we were concerned about. So, but if that's who it was, then I guess that's what we're going to do. But to me, I just wanted to make that clear that, again, if they are here, and I know in the federal department, they are trying to push for the U.S. Marshals to be on tribal land, which is kind of concerning to me because again, they're trying to get on tribal land to maybe get involved with ICE or something to that effect. So I'm just making that clear so that we don't have any, confusion about, they still need to go to our law enforcement or even our administration to have that authority to be able to stop or even, go to somebody's house. So I'm glad they're coming in to assist, but at the same time too, we have to also make that boundary to say, well, you're not here to harass our, our tribal members or harass our community members, things like that. So that's why I wanted to bring that up today to make sure that we're clear on that. So again, I'm trying to make it as free as possible. I don't want to be yelling or making a big issue about it. But I just want to make sure that we clarify that as far as what their duties are, as far as coming here on the Rosebud. Again, there's things that need to be happening. And with the community of St. Francis last night, that we do need to make some this law enforcement known there, because we do to make sure that our safety, public safety, and also the well-being of our children too. But those are the reasons I wanted to bring you down here. I wanted to address some of the things that we did at the community center last night also, but I think Mike will do that when he does his community, because I don't want to take his thunder. But those are just my thoughts on both with IHS and also law enforcement. But just to let the public know that we are addressing that, and these are things that are coming about. So
it's gonna happen, it's still gonna happen, but, you know, we gotta get tough on what we're dealing with as far as curfew, or maybe even people outside or compounds, you know, I mean, it's tough when somebody stops them to say, what are you doing here? You know, hey, I'm just going to my house, you know, but I guess they're being addressed no matter what. So those are just my concerns. That's one of the reasons why I wanted to bring you guys down here to address those. But also my concern on the U.S. Marshal bit, because again, if the federal government is pushing to get them on the reservations, maybe it's a good thing, but also a bad thing. I see it as, you know, it's helpful, but I also want to say within our own ranks, within our own tribal representation as our police department, we should be building that up. I was a cop in the 90s, we had 40 law enforcement officers, you know, half of them were, majority were certified. So it's concerning to me right now that we only have 10. And I'm kind of just frustrated because we put you in this position to make sure we, you know, get more officers, and we, you know, our public safety is the first concern, no matter what. But so that's just what I have right now. And I want to thank you guys for coming, you know, asking here. So thank you, Madam Chairman. I don't know if there's any other question.
Mike and then Totes.
Yeah, Madam Chair, thank you. Good morning, Chief. As Ben indicated, he was in attendance at the community meeting, St. Francis. And St. Francis is going to request the tribe assist, you know, in removing certain individuals from our community. But I'll do that when, you know, when we get to communities. But I would like to ask the chief while he's here, you know, one of the incidents up there that brought things to a head, there was an assault on an individual, and the individual subsequently posted it on Facebook, you know, showed himself and the injuries that he suffered, identified the 3 perpetrators. Are you aware of who I don't want to mention names, but who I'm referring to? Okay, well, maybe, yeah, it was on Facebook. I'm assuming that it didn't get reported. So that's another, you know, that's another issue. But given that that information is on Facebook, and if it's still there, is that
We need to go into executive for a
is that
second.
enough to bring law enforcement into it
Mike,
in terms of investigation?
he'll talk with you about it if we can go into executive.
Well, I can visit with the chief, you know,
You want
separately.
to deal with him one-on-one?
Yeah,
Okay.
thank you.
Totes.
Good afternoon, everyone, or morning. You know, our colleague there said it several times, we're short-staffed, we have 10 police officers. How could this body also help? We've been meeting in judiciary. We need to do recruiting, we need to make our people safe, and we can't point fingers or anything because we have to help. For all you young ones listening who are very serious and very interested in and are drug and alcohol free, help, come apply for these positions. We need help. And for the compound, you know, very sad that this happened because this young lady and her children were violated, and it could have been serious, worse than what it was. So you mentioned earlier about the lighting and everything, you know, I hope that all of that's taken care of, and why not hire another security person just to do that patrolling? Like around the housing, because one night it was late, and I was going through here in Rosebud, and here I saw a vehicle at one of our buildings and I was like, why is that vehicle back there where our building is? So I called the director and she said, Totes, I hired security. So that's very smart right now to help with the sort of police also. Hire security, additional security to patrol these areas. And I feel we do need to come in with an agreement with the U.S. Marshals. We need some bodies here. And not to pick up, not to come in on warrants or anything, but just to patrol, to have a body patrolling. The more we have, the better it's gonna be, the better it's gonna be safer for the people. We need that, because some serious things are happening in our communities. St. Francis and Antelope. So, you know, we need to come together and find a solution and maybe do a proposal, and with some of that money that's gonna be coming from Redco every month, let's obligate some to the PD to help with some of the costs that we need to get new police officers, whatever. But I think we need to maybe sit down and discuss that too. Thank you.
Okay. Before I give the floor to Emily, Dale, are your security people trained and how many do you have?
We are short-staffed in security right now. With the hiring freeze that was put in place on the federal programs, that did affect us as well. Earlier this year, the only ones that were allowed to be hired were related to direct patient care. And that has not only affected our security program, but it has also affected things like housekeeping and our maintenance folks. And so they're really doing a lot of collateral duties right now with our vacancy rate. I have elevated that to our headquarters to let them know that, you know, this is serious. We have to try to do what we can from our side to get these positions prioritized, and we are seeing some movement with some of those vacancies, but we do have a new process now where everything goes through OPM. So it's not just us hiring at the agency of Jeff, it goes up to, every hire we do now goes up to our elevated agencies. So we send all of ours to HHS. These are the people that we selected, that we interviewed, that we want to bring on board. It goes to that level, and then additionally, it goes up to the Office of Personnel Management before it comes back to us to tell us that we can go ahead with that hire. So our processes have changed recently, and that is affecting our ability to quickly bring people on. We definitely can offer technical assistance. When you brought up the 638 of certain programs, we just need to get counsel with Dan Davis so we can offer that technical assistance to get a proposal in place if that is what the desire is. But we are at a severe vacancy rate in this.
So what exactly is your number of security you have?
I will have to check with our security lead, our safety officer, to give the exact number. But I would say, I mean, hospital-wide, we're at a 49% vacancy rate. I would say probably most of those programs like housekeeping, security, and facilities, they're at least that, sometimes more.
And so the other question was, do they receive some type of training?
They're not officers in this, they do not get the same training as police officers.
But do
no.
they get
They get training for de-escalating individuals, trying to do safety measures, that we can to protect patients and staff, but they don't do physical training like a cop does, nor are they recognized, or they don't carry weapons. It's more for keeping staff and property safe. They would still reach out to the police.
The reason I ask you that question is because one of the issues that both law enforcement and adult correctional facility have a major breakdown in is when someone is arrested and they're taken to adult correctional facility, they cannot be accepted there until they've had clearance. However, it just kind of rolls downhill because when that happens, a staff that is already short, which is law enforcement, has to pull officers off the road to be at law enforcement to sit with a prisoner. And during that time, the next thing that's affected, because it's pretty much like a domino effect. The next thing that is affected is patient care because they're having to sit there and wait, and it affects what happens in the ER.
Right.
Either they have to sit longer with a patient, or patients that are really sick have to sit and wait while they're waiting for a prisoner to get clearance.
Right.
years ago, when I was an employee at Indian Health Service, the security at that time did sit with prisoners. And I don't know if there's something that can be established between IHS, Adult Corrections, and Law Enforcement Services. But we do have to have some type of a remedied plan in order to alleviate this delay and something that's really crucially needed, which is law enforcement services.
Great. It is a challenge. I'm not gonna lie. And we have had over the years discussions a lot with law enforcement and the chief of police historically because, you know, as a hospital, we don't have the authority when someone is under arrest by the police to take that patient. Our security guards don't have that. Our staff don't have that authority to do that. And we recognize what a challenge it is on the local police. It's a very unfortunate situation that we're in, and I really would love to have a work group, a specific work group that's working with the council, the chief of police, myself, so that we can do this, because it doesn't just affect one, it affects all, and that ripple down effect is very much felt by all of us. And we do need to come up with a solution for it, and it's gonna take us all to get there.
Emily?
Thank you. Hello, thank you both for being here. I'll try to be brief. You kind of mentioned something real fast that I was gonna touch on, so I will, start with that. But I just see many opportunities to collaborate. I think like if we put all of this weight on one entity, it's never gonna feel like it's completed. And I feel like we have security on some other entities, you know, IHS, SWA, some other entities like that. I mean, even you mentioned US Marshals, the counties. I think there's a lot of other people that have, you know, similar type work, I guess. And so I just wanted to put that out there that I really see if we could develop a work group or if we could develop better communication and collaboration rather than saying, look, I'm over here, I'm doing it, you guys are on your own versus, hey, we're all here to support the public safety of our people here on the Rosebud. So I just wanted to start with that. And then also I had a few things. One was we really just need more visibility of our law enforcement. And so rather than taking up so much time about, you know, how we're going to do that, I just wanted to say that how can we support? I don't know if that's only at judiciary level. I don't know if that's starting the work group. I don't know if that's, you know, going and advocating for policy change or funding or all of the above. I don't know what that looks like, but I feel like if we could get those type of asks or communication somehow rather than just in crisis and chaos moments, it would help us plan. It would help us establish a better communication with the people that we need to reach out to make any of that happen. Because it's really disheartening on every level. Like, I think it's really disheartening to know that a family was violated at such a level while they were home, right? But it's just, and it's also devastating to know that that's the state that our people are in, that whether it's drugs or, you know, I can't point what happened there, but there's also a need of how can we combat that as a nation, as a community. And so some of the, my phones are going off, but some of the things that I've been reading right now are, how can we be more involved? I think the neighborhood watch is meaningful, but it can be scary, especially when there's no follow through or when people feel like, hey, I'm risking my neck to kind of take these pictures or put them out there and they're not maybe necessarily seeing the follow through or something. So just how can we collaborate? Maybe it is neighborhood watch. Maybe it is these work groups, you know, maybe it's, I don't know, security cameras. I don't know how it's going to be, but I just think that our people are fearful, but they're also willing to help. And I don't know how we can incorporate that. And it's really sad that our communities have to do the work that they are right now, but I'm really thankful that they are because it makes it feel like this is a teamwork, that this is a team effort, that we can move us forward together versus only council or only the PD or only your security guard or something like that. So I feel like I'm rambling all over, but yeah, just, I don't know if there's something that maybe we need to establish a funding source. We talk about taxing, you know, for school and things like that. I don't know if we need a reward system or something like, hey, if you have any information that leads to a case, help us clean up our communities and get people involved that way. I don't know. I don't know if that's the answer, but I just wanted to throw a few options out there. Thank you.
Ben?
I just came up with some of the things there. Again, you know, we asked, I think, several times, just going to some of the, I guess the meeting last night with St. Francis, I mean, bringing up some of the, I guess, points that we were there to help. I felt we were there to help. And again, too, what we
established here at council. I think beginning when I first got on council, we were asking for we did a motion too several times to put out the meth list, put out the domestic violence list, put out the elderly abuse list, you know, to try to do that. We haven't seen it since. So those are one of the things I'm hoping we can continue doing. That's what we need to do to help reduce the crime. The other thing that was brought up, I think, and I know Mike, I said I don't want to steal his thunder, but it was brought up last night about the banishment. I think it was Pine Ridge that's doing it. It was brought up last night. So I would like to, I'm not sure if we want to make a motion. I want to make a motion on this, but I would like you to research Pine Ridge's process of how they did the banishment, but at the same time too, compare of how that is with crime. You know, if it reduced the crime, if it helped out enough. Because again, if we're willing to do that, I mean, it takes a lot. I was thinking about this last night after I left the meeting, was that, you know, I think it's one of the toughest decisions here on this council. Mike brought that up last night in the community meeting, but you know, I guess we should even go out to the communities to determine whether or not, you know, they're in support of it. Because again, some people will say, you know, I don't want my kid or my aunt or brother banished and things to that effect. But I mean, if they're doing wrong things to our own people, then probably need it. So I don't know if we want to make it a motion to have maybe the judiciary committee, you know, do that research about, you know, what Pine Ridge has done and what kind of effects it's been doing as far as like either reducing the crime or, you know, helping it out in some sense, because, you know, we got to start somewhere. And again, we'll be here again, and this is frustrating for me because that's why I was voted on here, is to help, to do what I can to help, voted on this council to help. So I've heard it several times since I got on council, especially with St. Francis, and also I know where are they going. And it goes back to law enforcement. Again, we don't want to put too much pressure on law enforcement, but I do think that we hire, you know, the chief of police to make sure that he is pursuing more funding to help, I guess, recruit more bodies to get out there in our community. So, but that's where I'm at. So I don't know if I want to make a motion, or if you think we should just move
I
forward.
think we can just look into it without having to be in motion format. I got you both.
I think on that end,
It's pertaining to what he's just now saying.
Okay, are you done?
Sure, I was
Okay,
pretty spot
go
out
ahead.
there.
With that, Liana from Legislative Affairs, we asked her, Liana, if you're listening, you should email everyone the information from Pine Ridge, from Cheyenne River, what they do, their policy on banishment, because we've been looking into it also to try and help with what we want to do here also, because we want to banish too. We want, you know, and it's not disheartening because we want our people to live. And when your brain's wired a different way, there's no turning back sometimes. But it is in the works, Madam Chair. So we'll have everything forward to everybody here on the council floor, and they can review those banishment laws from Pine Ridge and from Eagle View. And you know, this is good that this is happening today, because it's going to help find solutions rather than complain and point fingers. So that's good that this is happening today.
And just so you're aware, Totes, about 7 or 8 years ago, banishment did come up in Judiciary Committee, and the process was being developed. They were trying to, we were trying to establish at that time the levels of banishment. The focus on banishment at that point in time was the dealers, and the focus as far as the users were to come up with a system to get them help. It got so far, and then it died because people started saying, but do we really want to do this? Because what was established at that point in time is the years of banishment. First offense, this many years. Second offense, this many years. Third offense, complete banishment. Then the conversation erupted into, well, what if there's a relative that dies, or what if they need to come home? And all the work, and Bob was on, I believe you were on Judiciary at that time when it was discussed with me. And before you knew it, it just went to the wayside because people wanted to protect their family members. And so a lot of work was put into developing banishment for our reservation at that time, because that was when the reservation was starting to really get hit hard by meth. And so a whole policy was being developed. It was getting ready to come to council, and it just, nobody wanted to move on it, so it died. So there is actually a resolution that was developed back then. I don't know what happened to it.
It was getting to be a hot subject, and then pretty soon people start giving a lot of reasons why not to management, and then they just.
Yeah, so I just wanted to let you know that it's not the first time that we're trying to do something with banishment.
Well, you know, it's not, but it needs to happen.
Yeah.
And for the listeners, back then it was just with drugs and alcohol. Right now we have sex trafficking going on with our young girls and young boys. And no one's helping them heal. No one is. So the people that are doing it, the predators, they don't belong here. That's why we need to enforce this banishment. It is because when we're talking about brain development, that's the way their brains develop. It's wired that way. And it's not right. How do we help the people who want to live? Look at our young ones back here. You know, we really do need to look into this. We need to have special meetings on it, and we really need to move it forward because it's also going to help our law enforcement because the majority of their calls on the same people over and over again. So that, you know, I just wanted to throw that out there. Sex trafficking is horrible, and it happens at all ages, and nothing's ever done about it, or there's no healing for that young girl or young boy or whoever, and they have to carry that with them for the rest of their life, what happened to them.
Emily?
Thank you guys for coming, you young ones.
Thank you. I'm so sorry. I should have asked this last time and I wasn't looking at my notes, but for IHS, are there any requirements or suggested requirements, I guess, regarding like, I don't know, for HUD, I think they call them like secure boundary fences or something around some of their housing units and things. Is there any requirement under federal regulation, either requirement, suggestion, or funding sources for kind of a security fence or a boundary fence of some like, or even under federal regulation or under the tribe? Because I don't know if you guys have a tribal lease or what.
We have a tribal lease.
And so within the lease, there is a responsibility of maintaining a fence. And so
I'll have to look at the lease,
Okay.
and that's one of the questions I had, when I became aware of this, issue, because I don't know if the fence that is currently there is ours, or if it belongs to the tribe, because we do lease the land from the tribe, we do have a formal lease agreement, and, I will find those answers for you and bring those answers back.
Okay, you mentioned a cattle fence, and so that's what I was wondering, because
Yeah.
normally it's like a 50-50, who the leasers will share the fence of responsibility. So that's part of it. And then the second part was, you mentioned there about short of staff and hiring freeze. Is there anything that our tribal nation can do to help facilitate or justify or show the needs that security should be viewed as a priority for our nation as well as the IHS? Would
Yeah.
that help at all addressing that hiring
I
freeze?
mean, honestly, all of our positions are important. We have staff that clean our own areas to try to help our housekeepers stay in direct patient care areas, and we do that to support one another up there. And we'll continue to do that, but, we're not allowed to lobby as a federal entity, so I count on you guys to take our issues and carry those forward, and I know that you do, and I'm thankful that you do that. Absolutely, every one of our positions up there is so direly important, and when we are in these situations, in these times, the best way we move forward is together, not apart. And I think some of the things that you brought forward, Emily, I'm very interested in, I want to participate in, and so does our team. I view all of those as going forward in parallel at the same time, because we do have a lot of work to do.
I love that you said that. So maybe, however we're establishing our reporting, our communication, if we could just have like a format or a template or a part in there that highlights those areas that we could be advocates, because I think if we don't hear that from you, we're never going to be able to advocate on behalf. So thank you for that.
Absolutely do that.
So are you wanting to get the floor for a tribal member?
Yes, if there's no.
With no
to give
objection?
I'd like to give the floor. One of our.
Remember, no names can be mentioned.
Early works in my Japi na. Kasi gabi ko uwaiwa el mashitama. Nalaba kagala na ay chahipile, doske chale, yashtam piki echa mongo hipi. The tribal government class of 2026 epi. cho lẽ ông hiểu kín là anh nó hợp đồng nhau cả bị nó là Dakota language Dakota culture nó vẫn phải bị cho kia cho lẽ đó cái treaties nó hay này voi là cái anh nó hợp đó đó những hiểu kín mà có cái chuyện là we're gonna let IRA government I'm the church we're gonna 1851 I'm the church đó đúng đó cho lẽ ông bảo thế chắc ông hiểu bị cái cho anh nó hợp đó nó mà ông spell cái cho why won't get talky? Wakanja, White River, on White River, Parmelina, North, going to get them, each I had to wire. Chala, you ha, tribal government, those get young up, and that you ha, this very talk, ya watch it, let hippie. Ta, let, be direct your gap up, Jesus.
My name is Navani Ritter, and I'm from Allen, South Dakota.
My name is Tyson Eagleheimer from Allen, South Dakota.
I'm reading Montilla from Wanglee, South Dakota.
Tatum Bates from Daddy Rock.
Jermaine Pino from high school.
No, not to hit your own, the Allen I got Hashkat of China. Let Aku do stumpy Scott the book you testing Chata or hit your stumpy. Oh, Chalana, Lexan, another don't hit it. For those that don't understand Lakota, my name is Ernie Rex. I work at Crazy Horse School. I'm the Lakota language, Lakota culture, tribal treaties and government teacher. This is the senior class of 2026 taking tribal government. We've been studying treaties. I take them to our council because I want them to hear how you say, if you say according to 1851 Article 1, the land base, but you know, anything you say, I want them to hear. We've seen you on the video, and we go back and refer to the treaty to see how they connect, what the meaning, and then if they had a chance to voice themselves. I don't give paper tests, we do verbal. We talk about it, we discuss it. And occasionally I'll have them write an opinion paper on what you guys start talking about. What is your opinion on this resolution? What is your opinion on this meeting? Do you think anything was solved? So we just came to listen. We didn't come to question or anything. We just came to listen. So we can go forth. I said I'm training, teaching future representatives, tribal chairmen, senators. I'm preparing them because this is our future. This is our treaty protectors. These are the ones that are going to guide us and they're going to hold us and they're going to represent us and keep us as Dakota. So there's more, but they're going to go to L&I and play ball and cheer, and they're kind of missing some assignments, so they had to really be ready for next week. So
I wanted to invite you to come. I got your message. I wanted to wait until we had our full body because I knew that this week we were going to be limited and on how many. So I just didn't get back to you yet.
that's a half a semester class. We only have like 2 or 3 weeks.
Oh, okay.
So I really wanted them to come and listen. You know, it's not whether you have a full body, it's the content of your meeting. Because we deal with the same things you deal with over there and Standing Rock. So we watch different councils and we can learn.
Thank you.
So someday they're going to represent you at the nation to nation meetings. So that's, well, hopefully I'm doing good.
Bob?
Sila, tahaya hiu kana na wopi la chicha palo. We la kaisa tahaya hicha. Let me jale wogla we chasha makegele lila anop ti la wachicho wogla kagele na. Le na le umnicha charge na wogla kag charge na la kolya wogla kag the car hecha uyato kit for kiukatli mo. Actually hecha na hecha mo techa. Ele Ake tahaya hiuki, wakenjaki, istetap snio. Black holbog la kapot, akuno slovell kecha. So to translate in English, don't be embarrassed to talk your language. Your Lakota's first. Your Washitu second. So don't be embarrassed to talk Lakota. When you guys talk to each other Lakota. There's no embarrassment at all. That's the only language I understood until I was 7 years old. When I got into the Washita school, I had a heck of a time understanding what they were saying. My Unchi wouldn't allow me to talk Indian in the house. If you talk Washita, you go in the house, you better talk Lakota or she'll throw you out. Madam Chair, I just wanted to give a real brief message to some of our members here. I know we've been really concentrating on police department for security, and I'm not defending them. I'm just telling the way it is that they're limited on personnel resources. They can't be two places at one time. What they need is money. In order to hire more personnel. We're putting a lot of food on his plate and we're telling him to eat it up. We can't do that. Our seats are empty because a lot of people are traveling. If Wasey needs money, he needs to come down and talk to these people that are frequent flyers. They could go to DC and ask for money. What the heck are they going out there for? I always complain about travel with no results. When we travel, we should bring something positive back for our Oyate people. And I'm not going to stop saying that, so you guys can try to stop me, but you're not going to do it. Our bottom line is when we play games, it's the Oyate people that are catching hell. So when we're flying off to Washington or wherever, we got a pretty well-used trail to Las Vegas. All you have to do is find a trail and follow that path to Las Vegas if you guys want to go over there. Well, we need to bring some money back, find some funding for our police department. We need to get them some more money so we could have more personnel. You know, I can't talk to you about what's going on at the hospital because I don't know. I'm pretty much kept in the dark all the time, so I usually the last one to find out and stuff, so I can't ask you questions. So, yeah, we see we ask you to come down now. Tell us, we're always talking all the time. We don't even give you a chance to talk. We brought you down here to stand you up right in the middle, so we could all stare at you. Oh, takuya.
Yes.
Good to see you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for coming. Oh, thank you. Thank you for coming. You look like working. Thank you for coming. You look like working.
Thank you very much.
You guys for coming.
All in all.
Thank you for coming. Keep up.
Hope we don't get too wild.
I didn't know about it.
Yeah, it's okay.
I ended up running out of
A bit too long. Me too, but until yes, you just.
Oh, sure. Thank you for coming. Thank you for coming.
But do I still?
Touching back on, what Councilman Bettingly said, the law enforcement's budget hasn't changed since the 90s. And just as well as you put me in this spot, yes, I remember voted you into these spots. Change that. So, you know, I can't change budgets. I don't have that type of capabilities. I can't go see Congress and go do all that. And the majority of our budget goes towards our employees. Within a time frame of a year, That's pretty much all it's gone. That's not to mention, the police officers for this reservation are the most underpaid police officers throughout the nation. For the amount of calls that we get, that's hacking on a lot of the police officers. And it's not like the state side, the state side has a little bit more leniency than the tribal side does. So we have to report every single incident that comes in. So imagine that you are a police officer by yourself on the road, and it's just you and me. And we come across maybe 45 calls and you're taking half of that. At the end of your 12-hour shift, you gotta go back to the police department and type up all those reports for the end of your shift. Now, tack that on to 3 days of 12-hour shift in the midst of trying to get from point A to point B. That's the problems that we're facing. Not only that, but a lot of the calls that are coming in too, we try to get to all of them, but we prioritize those calls. And I know with the incident IHS, my officers were there very swiftly. They were there. That also goes back to say, the police department is a redheaded stepchild. We take a lot of the blunt force and responsibility for a lot of the mess ups. So a lot of that needs to be strengthened as far as you guys strengthening these laws. We can only do so much. I can only do so much as a police officer, as a chief. There's only so much that I can do. You need to strengthen your laws. Practice your sovereignty. If somebody's committing a severe crime, then they should go to jail and they should stay there. But that's not happening. So a lot of that needs to be looked into with the courts, and whenever we're going to arrest somebody, those things need to stick. That way these people are off the streets. If you want to practice the sovereignty, that's what you need to practice. Suggesting that, like I said, funding wise for police officers, I'm looking for retirement. I'm looking for what other police agencies offer. That's why we're losing them. Because they're going to BI where they're going to get retirement, they're going to get housing, they're going to get these things. But it's not offered. That's why we're losing them. So that's kind of the basics of it, I guess.
Coach and Ben.
We also have to remember, they do the arrest, and once they arrest them, it's out of their hands. It falls into the courts, because if we go back into 2 years and see why some of these people were released with very violent crimes, it falls into the court. So we need to look at that also. And at this time, I have a young lady that would like to take the floor if there's no objections, and she wants to go into executive session.
Council, any objections for
It's pertaining to,
the committee member taking the floor and going into exec? If there's no objection, we'll go off the air and go into executive because it's going to include some personal issues and names that Wayne's gonna give us a report when he comes back in, so I can continue the meeting. Okay, Ben.
Okay, I think, we've talked about quite a bit of stuff, I think, regarding, our safety, our well-being. Again, I think from you, I'm requesting if you're able to do it. I think it was brought up before too, but was the list, the meth list, the domestic violence list, and the elder list. Are you able to do that, or are we still able to? Because I know.
It was, somebody brought up Facebook, but we were waiting for our Facebook post to get created by IT. Just got it up. There's a little bit of hiccups with it, so that's what I was waiting for. When I can get that, I can start compiling the list and putting it out. That's what you guys want.
Yeah, I know it was a motion made, I think, last year and then also the beginning of this year. So, I mean, we do want to, this is some of the things that we wanted to make sure that would deter or even, shame some of the people that are doing it. Because again, back to our cultural ways, and that's kind of what we were looking to do is shame them. Maybe that'll help them straighten up. Maybe, that's my goal on that. But we've asked for it here on council. We made the motion. I've asked it several times in some interview questions that we've done. So
That was also like sexual.
yes, sexual offender and stuff.
Yes.
So we added those all in there. So those are just my thoughts. Is if you can do that, it would be beneficial not only for us that it's being followed, but also the public community to say that they're seeing it. And again, the outcome of that could be. Somebody's getting mad because their name's on it. Well, then, stop it. Stop doing this bad thing that's happening, which is, doing these, the meth or distributing the meth. So that's just my concern. And you already told me that you're able to do it. So we can pursue that. I'd like to see that probably within, I don't know, however long it'll take you, within maybe 30 days or something like that for you to get that on your website. If not, then, maybe the courts can probably help out too to do that on their website too, maybe. But so that's just my thoughts on it because it was always brought up. And I know on social media, everybody's saying that too, what about this, what about that? So I just want to make sure that we do what we want to do to help deter a lot of this violence, a lot of the, again, some issues that are coming up that are happening right now. But that's just my take on it. I probably have more, but I don't want to go too far in depth with it. So, but that's just what I am hoping we can put that on social media as soon as possible, the list with all those categories on it, so we can actually have an idea. I know people are gonna get upset about it, but that's what we're having. And I think it was brought up here once where I requested, I think it was with the fire department, where it was a federal crime to start a fire, and it was my own colleagues that said, well, we don't want that. We don't want it to go federal. We want it to be here within our tribal jurisdiction, our tribal law. So we have adult corrections, we have a JDC. I guess we're the only ones that actually have that. So we should be utilizing those things. But again, I guess having some tougher laws, that's what we need to do. So that's my thoughts on that. And we probably would get some concerns on a lot of the issues that happen. But I just want to make sure we get that list out there. That's just my biggest concern on it. So, and then also beefing up the law enforcement people. I know you said before too, which we're going to try to get more law enforcement officers. I would like to assist that because I know I think it was a cursory background before we actually did internal backgrounds. It was a cursory background because I was in background investigation. I do believe, the guy that helped me get into backgrounds wanted to switch me out and stuff with my job. So he said he did cursory backgrounds, which just was scheming the top part of it to say that you weren't charged with anything. There's no federal issues and stuff like that. Now, I know you were saying you look for somebody who wants to interrogate you, but we don't know what we're going to get, and we're not going to get a perfect person. There's nobody going to be a perfect person there no matter what. We're going to have some flaws, but long as we can address those and make them a better law enforcement officer, I guess, if we move forward. So these are just my thoughts about, hoping to help you out and pursue more law enforcement officers employed with the police department, our own Rosebud Sioux Tribal Police Department. So if that's what we need to do, we do need to address that by getting the background investigations to either, I know it was brought here, and I brought that up before too. We addressed it last year, again this year. So what you're coming to us is the same thing. We've heard it, from previous chief of police, acting chief of police, the same thing. So we know what's going on. We just have to fix it. So right now, I think with, I believe the motion that I was going to make, but I guess we're going to push it towards judiciary anyways to have that research done on the management part of it. I would like to see if we can figure out what we can do with backgrounds also. And I would like to have that probably by next month. next month. So, to have this, I guess, research and investigation on both the banishment and also the background investigation, come to us by, I think, January is the next one, our next council, because that's gonna be a new year. We're gonna have to start implementing stuff, So, I guess for me, I would just pursue it. If I have to make a motion, I will, but if not, I want to make sure that we can.
No, take care of it.
Yeah, okay, so those are just my questions.
And the report that I just gave you guys is what I was gonna give you in my report tomorrow. But he sends them to me, and then when I do my report, like last month, I gave you guys his October report. This is his November report that I just handed you. So, that was one of the things that, has changed since Wacy came. And then the other thing is, I think maybe Wacy, it'd be good to explain how the process goes, that when somebody calls in, like they call me to let me know something's going on, like this crime Mike was talking about. He can't really, I can tell him, but the people also have to file a police report, correct?
Yes.
So there is a process to it. So just calling in, like he said, he'll get on site and then people won't want to say nothing. But everything always has to have documentation. So these crimes that do happen, the people do need to report them. They need to call the 911 and report it and get it to them so that they have it documented. So I just wanted to mention that. The next one is Totes, Emily, and then Willie. And then after that, we're gonna take a lunch break.
You know, one of our colleagues just said, this body needs to make a change and needs to be bold, and we've been talking about that for over a year. It's time to make the move, not only with this, but with everything around us. We need to start making people be accountable. And, you know, our people some of them are really suffering, especially our young women and young men. We have resources right here, so they don't have to go anywhere else. But we're so relaxed that we don't even provide services. And this is real. Some of us read these reports that come from some of our directors, and we see how many victims are there and how many of them are really receiving services. We need to start making people be accountable, and we need to start being bold all the way around. Madam Chair said something in reference to us being bold. It's going to be a challenge, and we need to be bold because people are going to come at us saying, nope, that's my family. I'm going to protect my family. I'm going to protect so-and-so, my relatives. When we were elected here and up there, we have no relatives when we're here. And we don't make decisions. We shouldn't just for the moment to please. We need to make sure that we start being bold, we make changes, and it's not only for today, but it's for tomorrow and the future for our 7 generations to come. Because if we don't make the move now, it's never going to happen. We said some pretty important things when we were in executive session, you guys. We need to follow through on them to make sure that these things are happening. And for our listeners, help us also. When there is a crime or something's happening, please give us the documentation because it's going to help to prosecute those people. And for our young ones that are listening to, or for anybody that needs help, please reach out to our tribal programs or call one of us because we want you all to have a good life. No one should have to go through what some of our people do. So for everyone listening, and I know there's directors listening right now, step out of your comfort zone, step out of your box. Let's start making some bold statements and really doing our jobs and helping the people. And for those that do your jobs, thank you for serving the people.
Emily and Willie.
Thank you. Is it okay if I sit down? Mine are old, so I apologize for jumping back, but I just wanted to ask clarification on, I'm trying to process or, wrap my head around all of this. And so in the process that you explained earlier, where you said about 400 cases were sent up in a couple months or something like that, in that of those 400, how many were acted upon or picked up or whatever the terminology is about by the Fed or by whoever they were sent to?
how many, I mean, they're all gonna be reviewed.
Yeah, but how many resulted in jail time or an arrest or some kind of case prosecution?
I don't have that number right on hand.
I'm just wondering, because real quickly, we got this, and I didn't get a chance to read it, but it says, I think, 2 people went to wherever, federal, whatever. So 2 people in 1 month out of 400, and that's their focus that you're sending to them. But I also heard that that's your focus of the 5 major crimes. So I'm wondering, in that process, if we're sending 400 cases up, but that's also the only ones that we're prioritizing locally, what happens in the meantime? Are those people all just on the res free until that case gets picked up? Are we able to hold them within our facilities here until we establish whether we're gonna prosecute at a tribal level or we're gonna let the feds go? I'm just trying to see where those gaps or loopholes might be so we can close some of those up.
Yeah, once they get sent up there, it's just kind of waiting on what they're gonna decide on.
So if somebody,
If it isn't picked up tribally, then we're just waiting for them.
okay,
What their decision's gonna be.
you made a statement earlier about you wish we could house people longer or something like that. Can you explain a little bit on why we're not housing people in our own jail for the length of time that's appropriate? Or at least in this case, if you have something that's potentially a 5 major crime or 7 or whatever the number of 7 major crimes is, wouldn't that be a holdable offense until we know if they're gonna pick it up or if we need to prosecute on our end? Or why would we allow them to, remain on the street, I guess, in that meantime?
I mean, that part would go to the courts, depending on what they want to do with it. So, I mean, on our end, it's just getting to the crime, arresting them, taking charge, and the rest goes to the courts.
Okay.
So it's whatever the courts are gonna deem necessary, but, yeah.
Okay, so there's nothing that we need to policy-wise either change or, make stronger as far as housing those people that are in that limbo position? Because I think that's a lot. That 400 cases in 2 months, that's a lot, especially if that's going to be our only prioritization.
It just goes through, like I said, you have to go through the law and order code again, and rearrange a lot of those. And which ones are you going to strengthen and which ones aren't you going to strengthen? That's up to you guys.
Okay, I was just asking them because they're the law enforcement. I know we make the laws or, help create the laws. But I was just asking your input on there. I guess I just wasn't really understanding why we weren't prioritizing our tribal laws when we're enforcing. So I don't know if you could speak on a little bit about that. Is it just manpower we had to? Because it seems like if we have these major crimes that we're sending north potentially, that would free up our officers to be able to enforce tribal law because the state or federal or whatever those major crimes are, we're sending off res.
Yeah, like I said, when it goes up there, we just gotta wait and decide, or wait and see what they decide. In the meantime, they're here, and if they commit another crime, depending on what classification it falls in, and it goes from that. If it's a tribal crime, one of the ones that we're gonna prosecute tribally, then we take them and we go through the process. We arrest them, they go to jail, after jail, just depending on the court. They go to court, find out how long, what their sentence is, whatever the judge rules, it's how they're handled at that point.
Okay. I was just wondering, what would it take to be able to prioritize the enforcement of our tribal laws alongside with the federal laws that we're prosecuting?
Prosecution.
You said it, Emily?
No, it's not.
Oh,
That's
you said
not what
more?
he said, though. He said his officers are prioritizing the enforcement of
Yeah, I understand.
major crimes, not the tribal law. So I was asking, what would it take to prioritize our officers to enforce tribal law if we are a sovereign
No,
nation?
they are enforcing tribal law, it's just,
No, prioritize, because you said we're prioritizing the major crimes.
I mean, that's really what we have, and those are priority. You're getting aggravated assault, weapons calls, drugs, anything like that, those are gonna be a priority.
Oh, no, I get that, but you stated that you're prioritizing that, and the comment that you just made is actually just reality, right? Like however many calls come in, that's the reality, they're probably lots of crime or whatever. But I thought I heard you say that you're prioritizing the enforcement of those major crimes, not our tribal law. That's why I was confused there. I think I have one more in here, let me check it out. Are there any protections in place for those that do call in and report? Can you speak a little bit? Because I know a lot of people are listening right now, and some of the big complaints that I get is people say they take pictures, they send reports, they make calls, they send emails, and nothing's often followed up on. And so after hearing this process, I understand it's a lot longer than the probably feedback they want, but I was just wondering if you could speak to the protections that are in place for those individuals who do, take that chance on filing a complaint or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's in the law report, there's one in there for the protection based on whatever they're turning in. If that individual reaches out to them, threatens them or anything that reaches, call again. And report that. And that, everything needs to be documented. It's to continue to be documented. So if you're reporting something, handing over confidential information, anything of that nature, it's helping us, assisting us. And somebody finds out you're threatening you, then you need to let us know again. So we can start the process for that.
Thank you. So they do need to still be vocal or, at least follow up with you or something in those cases in order for something to happen or follow up on. Okay. And then I know I asked this already, but I didn't have time to type my answer. So the reason why we're not holding is in our jail, that has nothing to do with law enforcement. That's a court's issue. Is that what you said? Okay.
The jail with on it, courts with their own.
So like we have the laws to house people longer, we're just not sentencing them or something?
From what I've read, yeah.
Okay, thank you. I'm just trying to understand all the processes. Thank you, Madam Chair, I'm finished. Thank you.
Okay, Willie, and then after Willie, we're gonna take a break.
Yep.
Wait, you mentioned, before I ask my question, one thing you guys are able to keep up with, and I noticed it, is visibility. If you're out there, you see a lot of cop cars. They're always around, so even though you got only 10 officers, you're managing to do that, which is a good thing, By hearing it, what it used to be, you mentioned the starting wage for a new patrolman is how much?
It just depends, roughly around 21, roughly around there.
And what would they start at the bureau? Yeah, I don't know what the bureau rate.
I don't know offhand, but I know it's higher than ours.
Yeah, it is. I just wondered.
Plus all the
how much
benefits.
difference there was.
Yeah, plus their benefits. They're a little bit different, but their benefits are in place.
Oh, yeah, yeah. That's all I have.
That's all.
Thanks.
Which one of you went first? Emily, Mike.
So sorry, there was a small one I should have added earlier. In the relation to the budget, not only is there anything that either the council or committees can do to help you, like, advocate or anything like that, but you mentioned earlier that at one time we were, had funding for 20 some officers. So I'm wondering if we only have 10 right now, do you have it within your, authority to move your budget around? So say, for example, if you had enough money for 25 officers, but you would want to pay them more, so could you pay less amount of officers more appropriate, which is a higher wage with that same funding? Does that, am I asking that right? Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. Yeah, I guess it just depends on if you have to go to budget finance, because it sounds like a lot of things have to do it now.
Because I'm wondering, like, if you see value in 10 or even 15, I would rather value those 15 officers that are out there putting in the hours, putting in, building that team from the beginning. Because I know right now offering somebody $21 to $25 an hour starting for the work and the expectations that we're asking is a slap in the face of disrespect, from my opinion. And I might be biased because we have family law enforcement in our family, but I just was wondering if that's something that you already have the authority to, that maybe we could help you look at that budget, finding out what would be an appropriate wage and utilize any either carryover or leftover funding that by not having those 20 some officers that we could, move something around to either offer higher pay or look at what a mini pension might look like, or just something to get these more attractive for you. Thank you. Mike.
Yeah, just comment. I think it would be curious to find out, given the fact that tribes have the authority to prosecute and detain in prison up to 2 years, and of course our prosecution arm of our judicial system is broken right now, and we have a chief prosecutor, and our attorney general is a law firm. How many of tribal members are currently incarcerated for crimes that they committed that they could be detained for 2 years. How many 2-year sentences are sitting in jail up there right now?
I have to ask
Does
them.
anybody know the answer to that?
Do you know?
I bet it's not very many.
Yeah, let's ask Melissa since she's sitting here.
Sure. Good afternoon, council. The answer to that is a couple things. First, we can't house for 2 years. We're not allowed to. That was her question, and then yours.
No, but the tribal law, tribal
law,
government
so-
we can
The Rosebud
enact
Sioux
laws
tribe-
that, yeah.
The Rosebud Sioux Tribal Jail is only allowed to house for 1 year. Until the VIA says we can house long-term, well, once they say yes, and that requires an assessment, and the previous two chairmans and committees urging VIA to do this assessment, well, we're still waiting.
There we are, we're
So
handcuffed
we're
right
waiting.
there. see?
We're waiting for this assessment to get done. Once they get the assessment done, we'll be able to house essentially up to 9 years there. And that's long-term housing, but I will tell council now that what's holding us up potentially is to have medical on site. We need to have medical on site. So there's some issues I've brought to judiciary many times. So that might be a hindrance for the long-term housing. So right now, we're only allowed short-term housing there. We don't have very many, the average length of stay for all prisoners up there is 3 months. That's the average length of stay. So we rarely have people a year.
In the interest of the science of detention, to deter, we don't have much muscle.
Right.
But we do have the legal authority to pump that muscle up, but you just laid it out. There's a problem there.
We're prepared and ready for
We need to deal, we should deal with that.
Ben and Totes.
I just wanted to make a comment real quick on the issue with the retirement part of it. I know 2 years ago, again, the former chief of police and chief administrator were looking into that retirement plan for law enforcement. It came down to insurance part of it. I know there was a big issue with that. So just to relate to you again, it's been a big issue so far because we couldn't get any type of people to help insure the process of that. So we were supposed to have it, I think, with this insurance company that was supposed to come up, and then it went away because we went with a different insurance company. So it was kind of difficult. They were really working with law enforcement about that. So I just want to relay that to you because I mean there is some, it's really tough the decisions that we made here that would affect that type of thing. So I'm just making sure that you're aware of it too because it's something that we do need here, the retirement part of it. But I just wanted to make a comment on it. Thank you.
Melissa just stated that she came to judiciary several times and brought this issue up. We need to make it, let's have another planning meeting. And let's have adult corrections, the juvenile detention center, health admin, IHS, and the police department. Let's have us all at the table. Let's find a solution now for this. Because even with the revenue coming in from, maybe everybody can put a little bit in the pot to get some medical, a doctor and a nurse up there. So that way it will alleviate taking them to the emergency room also. But this meeting needs to happen now, not a year from now, so let's schedule another meeting in January and let's sit at the table and find a solution for this. So it's
I'll find a
everybody.
date. I'll find a date for us because I already have some stuff scheduled, so I want to make sure that I'm
Okay.
involved in it because they are my employees.
Can I make a comment on it? I just wanted to comment that along with judiciary, she also brought those issues to health board. And at that time, there was some discussion, and I believe maybe motion, I'll have to look back, to have the health administration look into options. And so maybe just give them a heads up so they can revive that conversation. Because I think some of it was the person that IHS that used to provide that service for our facilities is now a worker of health administration. So that's why IHS can no longer do that because they don't have that staff. And it just made sense if we have that staff on health administration, why couldn't we find the funding then to get that service paired up where it needs to go? So I just wanted to mention that there was some discussion on that.
She also mentioned BIA regulations. We can influence BIA.
But some of those were, but some of those regulations we don't want to mess with because they protect us, they protect our people, they protect all that. And so for her, for law enforcement, like they're very good at building that law enforcement experience and all of that, certification and all of that. You need a very specific for the healthcare of it. And right now legally, we wouldn't, I know,
I understand.
yeah, but legally, we wouldn't really want to mess with that because right now it's serving its purpose. Thank you. I just wanted to mention that.
If there's no more questions, please, you have anything else to say?
Can I say that real quick? I got an answer from Ben, my colleague Ben there, reference to background investigations. We discussed that in judiciary. It was Melissa telling us problems with her department, and police department is always bringing that up. And the biggest thing is we don't have any background investigators, no money. That's where I keep saying, all these guys that are traveling, you know, they should obtain some of that money for the background investigations, the police department, all that stuff. What are they traveling for? How are they benefiting the tribe? If they could work with Melissa and if they could work with the police department, we'll have some of the problems solved, not all of it. But, you know, the reference to Ben's statement there, we need money. That's the bottom line. We brought the investigator over, she explained to us that she just don't have any people to do that. So if we could get some money for her, you know, hire some more officers, then Melissa and the police department could get more people with background investigations. So as far as Totes making that statement about a quick meeting about all the agencies, Melissa, how many times did I bring that up on a judiciary meeting?
For years.
I've been bringing that up on the judiciary committee about informal meetings between the judiciary programs. So they could resolve all this in an informal setting and then come up with a concrete plan when they come to the council.
Yep.
It just doesn't happen. So good luck on that meeting. I know Melissa's willing to meet. Police department's willing to meet, but the other ones just don't have time or whatever, so. I just wanted to make that comment that these issues were discussed in judiciary.
Thank you, Bob. Anything else?
You know, we have to do it. We have to have these planning meetings. And we have been talking about this for a long time, but it's this body, we've made motions, but our motions aren't followed through on. She needs help over there. We have someone right now that's also certified and trained to do fingerprinting and background checks and have them done in a timely manner, like I think a week and it can be done. So we really need to bring it to the table. We need to quit talking about them. We have to get them done, you guys. It's only gonna make things easier for everybody.
I'll schedule it informally, and they usually meet with me, so.
Encourage them to meet, you know,
Yeah.
that's, like, a lot of these problems could be resolved in a formal setting.
Yeah, they both take time to meet with me, so I'll do it.
And one more, Chris's qualification request for a police officer. You guys gotta be a husky guy like me.
All right, if there's nothing else, and if Lacey doesn't have anything to add, then I'm gonna give us a break. Oh, Ben.
Yeah, no, real quick.
Please,
I just want to thank Lacey for coming, you know, so us do appreciate it, you know, when we have questions and stuff from them, I'm glad you come down to answer and be here, so we do appreciate that, so thank you for coming.
Hey, Lanny. We'll come back at 2 o'clock.
We're
Half hour?
gonna,
Half hour?
yeah, half hour, because remember, we're gonna lose quorum at 3.
Yeah, just half hour, I just need to.
Yep, thanks, Lacey. Is there any-
just have a few things. My report can be real short. One is, our audit is done, and so it's in the clearinghouse, so we're all good. All of the sanctions have been lifted and everything. But there's one major issue in the audit that in January sometime that we need to spend at least a day or two on it, and that's the background investigation. It's the third year in a row that we've been cited for it. It's causing Head Start huge problems. So we have some recommendations that we want to make, and it needs to be done right away. So like the first meeting in January, we need to take some action, shoring up our background investigation office. That was one of the major things that was in our audit, was that. But I just want to throw that out to you so that everybody can think about it. But we need to change our application process. Whenever we hire a new employee, there needs to be an application kit in there that requires a background investigation for all of our employees. Even though they don't need it, that's in there and part of the application. So at least it's in the mail. Because one of the things we got cited for, it's a big thing, is we have a lot of workers that require background investigation. Background investigation was not even requested. So that's one thing. The other is something to talk about, and just want that out to you.
Emily? Just for clarification, you'll bring back like an amount that you might need to support them? Because I know whenever we were talking about budget this year, that's one of the things that I brought up, is if we had any surplus, because I think there was like 100,000, or I don't know, there was a little bit of surplus that we were throwing around there with budgets. And I had recommended at that time to support that department to kind of do the things that you're saying. So, is that something that you'll bring back options for us to act on, or is that something?
Yeah, I'll have a budget and a plan and everything right there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm just gonna make sure that's on everybody's radar, because it's very important we correct that now. But just a couple items with my report. One is I passed out to you a request from the casino.
Yeah.
They're asking that we give them some money so that their employees can get a Christmas bonus. So they're asking for $45,000 for that would cover all their employees, and will be based upon years of service. And that would include taxes also. And also they're gonna need some assistance for the next 3 months as far as paying back some of the money they owe these vendors. Right now, they're keeping current with the vendors, but these vendors, they get restless and want to start seeing some of the money that's owed paid back. So my recommendation to the council is we've got $500,000 sitting in the bank for them that we're going to use for IRS, but I'm talking to Blake, our Attorney General. It's going to be a couple of months at least before IRS has the time to sit down and negotiate a settlement. So I was going to ask the council if they would allow me to use $250,000 of that to advance to the casino as they need it. And then whenever our IRS settlement comes into play, then we'll have to reapply that money back into that account. That would be my request today, is to allow me to use $250,000 of the money set aside for taxes to advance to the casino as they need it, not all at once, but as they need it, up to $250,000. That includes the bonuses.
So you need a motion?
Yeah.
Emily?
I have a quick question. Just because the bonuses have been causing quite a stir, as they usually do, I just wanted to check that the casino does have a policy in place and that will be acted upon separate from council if we do this. The reason why I'm asking is some of the major kind of commotion right now regarding the bonuses, and it happened last year and it probably happens every year, is bonuses at holiday time. Many of our employees feel like all of our employees should get the same bonus for a holiday that's to, provide for family or, whatever those things are. And some really like how it's based on years of service. So I just wanted to clarify, sorry, council will not have a say in that, and that the casino has their own policy on that?
Yes.
Thank
you. Yeah, they sent out a schedule and it's based on years of service, and it's their policy.
Yeah, and he has it all broke down as to, he sent us the whole breakdown
Okay, I just wanted to ask, because last year, there was a conversation that obviously didn't get acted on, but that was the discussion last year, was to treat the holiday bonuses as everybody gets the same. Thank you.
Willie and Totes.
Wayne, you said we're gonna take money out of the 250,000?
We have a $500,000 set aside for the taxes. But the taxes, we won't know what kind of a settlement it is for at least 2 or 3 months. So I'm asking that we use 250,000 of that now to help them out through this tough time period as they need it. Like they're requesting 45,000 for the bonuses, they'll do that. And then they want like $20,000 to $25,000 a week for the next like 12 weeks as they need it. And then whenever our taxes are settled and we know what we owe, then we'll have to replenish that back for that 250 plus whatever else we're gonna owe.
Madam Chair, so the cash awards that were received for Christmas for the employees, for tribal employees, was it straight across the board for everybody, or did they do it on years of performance?
No, everybody got $500.
So everyone should have received $500.
Everything I signed was all the same.
Okay, and then, Madam Chair, can you see, since we talked about backgrounds, we have some programs that need background checks done like ASAP. Can you check in or send a little memo out and say, hey, just asking who needs their backgrounds done immediately for their staffing, so that way time doesn't lapse and they don't get penalized for that either, because Head Start will not qualify for any supplemental grants because of their background checks not being done.
Yeah.
That's uncalled for.
Yeah, that's what Wayne was mentioning earlier.
Yep. Okay.
But yeah, I'll get them.
Thank
Not, Wayne, continue with your report.
If someone would make a motion,
Can someone make that motion for the casino?
I'll make a motion to approve, about $250,000 to the casino
As needed.
as needed from the
To
treasurers.
include their bonuses.
Oh, and include, with the bonuses included.
You need a second? Bill? Coates? All in favor?
Just that 250.
no, we don't. know.
8, 9,
Opposed?
1. Two,
Not voting?
0.
Raise my hand.
Totes, Totes, did you vote or no?
My hand was up.
1 not voting.
There's 11 years, so people 90, right?
920.
No, that's not, yeah, 920.
Thank you.
Motion carried.
The last thing I have is, the prison in Sioux Falls and over in, Greenfield, they have their annual Christmas party. And, they sent in a request, $1,000 donation. I'd recommend that the council would authorize it to give them $1,000, council donation. They've also, the person that used to do this was Rita Greens, but she passed away, so her daughter Shelley is asking that the council can temporarily appoint her as that liaison, and then she will take the check and stuff down to them. So there's those 2 requests. One is for $1,000 donation for the prison, for the Christmas party, and the other is to temporarily appoint Shelley Means to be the acting liaison.
I'll make a motion to temporarily appoint Shelley Means as the acting liaison.
Means Herman?
Huh?
Means Herman?
Means Sherman.
Yeah.
Second Totes, question. Emily, all in favor?
Yeah, that's right, huh? Sorry. 10,
11.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried.
And then the other would be to use council donations to give them $1,000. And that would be, for the Christmas party.
Need another motion?
And then this is also, with the idea that other reservations are doing the same thing?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay,
'cause,
I'll make the motion to have, donate $1,000 to the Springfield Prison.
Second. Totes. Question, Emily, all in favor?
She had a Christmas party in jail.
Hey, Bill.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried.
Thank you, council. And the financial reports for the month are being emailed to you. If you want hard copies, just come see myself or Taylor to give you hard copies. And then one final thing is on Friday, the Budget and Finance, remember the Boys and Girls Club was appropriated some money out of ARPA, but when we did the final budget, they were left out. So they have a question for, instead of the 80,000 that they approved of that, they want $36,000 to do put some insulation in that building. So it hasn't officially gone to budget and finance yet, so I'll take it to their Friday, but that's something we should probably do. And I have a funding source for it, but just letting you know that we'll probably do that budget and finance on Friday.
Oh, shoot, that's me. Okay.
Well, I guess if you don't mind, I'll just do it now because there is a resolution that gave them the money, but if you could just reconsider and amend the amount and the funding source.
We need the 37.
You need $34,852.
36,452?
Yeah, $34,832. No, excuse me, it's $36,032.42.
$32. What was the resolution number that we're reading over?
He's giving it to you right now.
Oh,
Yeah. You got to test your hand, I see it. Oh, somebody sitting behind you. I see a hand going up, I couldn't see anybody.
The original resolution was for $80,000 and was supposed to come out of ARPA, but they fell through the cracks when ARPA was the final distribution. So recommended that they just amend this resolution and change the amount to $36,032.42, and it would come out of the general account unbudgeted line item.
I need someone to bring it on.
I'll motion to,
Send an amendment.
I'll make a motion to amend, rescind and amend resolution 24-227.
Second, Ben. Reconsider an amendment. Question, Marion.
All those recommendations that were just made.
All in favor? Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried.
Thank you, council. That's all I have.
Animal one.
Emily has an animal one.
Yeah.
With that, last motion being made for the $1,000, for the prison, I'd like to make a motion for $1,000 for the White River, nursing home for Christmas. And I know we do gifts for them here, but for their party, for what they do up there with the staff and, and it's been a tough year for them this year because they've lost some loved ones up there in the nursing home. So I'd like to make that motion for the nursing home.
Need a second?
There's no,
Marion, question, Fritz? All in favor?
thank you guys.
Just a quick question, will that come from council donation?
Council.
Do we have enough?
Yeah.
Okay.
From council, thank you.
11.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried.
Glad you guys are.
Are you done with your report, Wayne?
I'm done. Thank you.
Okay. Next we have Sunny, we called Sunny to come back over. So he'll be over to do his report. Office of Special Trustees, she sent you guys her report in email. She wasn't able to be here. So the next on the agenda is Indian Health Service. Yep.
I don't know the name of the program.
Yes, Chris?
Just because, kind of talking to colleagues and whatnot, this, one thing that we did last year and the year before too, since we're talking about, the prison in Springfield and then our elders and, wherever, we also have the Swallowtail Crisis Center just across the way too, that always needs something for the kids that come in there, that whenever they do have them, so I'd like to make it $1,000 from our council donations to, Swallowtail Crisis Center.
Is there enough wing for them to do 1,000 to Spotted Tail?
Should be, yeah.
Make a motion.
Yeah, I did.
Okay, any second? Emily, question, Marion? Any discussion? No? All right. Motion to approve. Okay. All in favor?
11,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. Okay, I have Dale doing her report from IHS.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay? All right. So this is our December report. Our accomplishments and collaborations. We had our governing body on November 20th and we had tribal leadership participation. So thank you to those that were able to come. We completed our employee awards for November with social media notices. That was very well received by the staff. We have had some construction issues that have affected heating and pipes, but that has all been resolved. We continue to have weekly conversations with those construction teams on Wednesdays to try to plan for unexpected events like that. We did have some staff that participated. Public health nurses went to the SGU event earlier this, I think that was Monday. And our maintenance staff are participating in some lift station training. We do have 2 upcoming retirements of longtime IHS employees that will be happening in December, and we plan to celebrate that and have employee appreciation that we have scheduled for December 18th as well. And then we do have consistent pediatric coverage with an increase in the outpatient providers. We currently have 9 to 10 per day, and our average day to appointment is down to 7 days. And we also still have our kind of same day or walk-in process for folks that don't have an appointment but have an urgent need to be seen in outpatient. Our performance improvement and quality program has transitioned to their weekly preparation for full survey this spring, utilizing our Joint Commission mock survey that we conducted the end of October. We do part of that in preparation was completion of a hospital-wide competency tracker. And that is to complement some new employee orientation processes that we've implemented in the last few weeks. We also completed 2 RCAs and we have a couple more in process. And that process is our root cause analysis where we evaluate events that occurred in clinical care or other issues. Sometimes we have issues with contracting or other processes that don't occur the way we think they should. And so we utilize the root cause analysis process to evaluate those and make improvements. Here's a summary of our finances. So we track our fiscal year goals. So as you can see, Medicare, our goal is a little over 5 million. We're right at just under 1.7 million, and these numbers are as of December 8th. So we're at 34% of our goal. Our Medicaid, our goal is 17 million. We're at 7 million. We are actually looking pretty good overall with an overall 40% of our benchmark, and we're just nearing the end of Q1. So we're really doing well with collections, and I think that is part and parcel of the fact that we have increased as providers and access in that outpatient clinic. And you all should have this in your email from my admin. Oh, great. I'm seeing shaking heads, yes, so that's great. Here's our purchase and referred care. We've been doing a tremendous amount of work with PRC, and I do have to give kudos and acknowledgement to our area purchase and referred staff because they have been assisting us locally at the facility, as well as I've mentioned before at this meeting, we have a lot of team members within the hospital that have historical knowledge on PRC, and they have been assisting us. And so our medical priority funding still includes priority 1s and 2s. We have spent $2 million so far, and we're not at the end of the first quarter. Our average weekly spend is about $205,000, just a little over that. We do have, we put in for CHEF, that's our catastrophic emergency funds. We have 25 cases in. Rosebud is the highest number in the Great Plains area with 25 cases that we've already submitted seeking those catastrophic funds. Because when we receive those catastrophic funds, we can utilize that for more PRC. And so we have only received a little over 200,000 right now, but a lot of those 25 cases are still on hold. Because headquarters was actually on hold for 26 chef cases just until last week as they were waiting for the continuing funding resolution to be passed. And so that has been done, and we are working on getting those dollars back to us. More information from PRC, our purchase and referred care. We initiated all of our calls again with our vendors. And so we have had one round of calls with every referral vendor that we send patients to. By December 15th, we will be caught up with all the past Avera accounts. After that, we will be working on the Sanford, Monument, Cherry County, and Winter past accounts. And we have met, like I said, with all their business office staff and our PRC staff. Our prior year backlog is now down to 37 open cases. That, when I got here, was over 500 open cases. So we have been doing a tremendous amount of work, and I wanted to share that with you. We are working also with our headquarters staff because they have developed a national dashboard to track all of this electronically day to day to day. It's going to take some computer, the way we can connect to things with their dashboard system. And so we're going to be rolling that out hopefully soon. Rosebud will be the first facility in the Great Plains area that is connected to that dashboard. And I just wanted to report that I know we're early in December, but I haven't seen any complaints or received any complaints this month for people being turned into collections. But I do want to put out to the public to please, please, please continue to bring me those. If that is happening to you, I will work with our team to get on that right away. And the ones that we did receive, I believe we have made some tremendous progress on those. And I would like to thank Skyla for that because she has been bringing those to me when she receives them as well. This will always be on my report so that you guys are aware that we are currently in good standing with CMS and our Joint Commission accreditation. We are now in our third year cycle for a visit, so that will always be unannounced, but we expect that to happen sometime before April. And we are utilizing what I spoke of earlier, that mock survey, to help prepare us for that. And we want to have all the items that they recommended we work on completed by December 30th. So we continue to meet weekly and try to make sure that we have everything addressed that they brought up in that mock survey report. I mentioned last time that our vacancy rate was really high. I wanted to do a deep dive with headquarters to make sure that the information I was seeing locally was true and accurate information. And I'm kind of depressed to say that it actually is true and accurate information. We did cross-reference every position that we have in headquarters electronic HR system, and we do truly have a 49% vacancy rate. I mentioned earlier today that we have some new processes that does impact this, but we do have paperwork in, and we track this with all of our supervisors weekly to see if they're getting any information back on selections that they've made. We have seen minor, but it's a improvement. We have actually gotten people that we have made selections for, at least 2 of them in the last month, that have received a entry on duty date, which is their final offer to onboard with IHS. Some of the challenges I reported last month remain challenges for us this month. That includes staffing and HR. I did go back and look at our security offices to get you specific numbers. We actually have 15 security positions for the hospital. Right now, 6 of them are filled. So that gives you an idea of the challenges that we face with that. I also do want to bring up that I had some more conversation around lights. I have found out that there does have to be some working with the contractor, the vendor that does those lights. It's going to require a little more because they have to dig and do some repairs it's not just as simple as replacing the bulbs in the big light poles that are empty, but we are working on that. In the meantime, we're having discussions and are going to move forward with a plan to try to look at some options for solar lights that can be placed outside, and maybe place those in several areas around the compound. I also did receive the lease agreement, and I would like to schedule a time to discuss with the appropriate committee on that. I'll need you guys to inform me who that should be in when you meet to discuss that fence, because it does look like we're not the owners of the fence, but if we need to have some conversations around that or make changes on that, we can do that. But we would have to talk with the tribe about that because you guys own the land, so you would have to agree with any things going forward with that.
Emily, I just wanted to briefly interject. Please, you're invited, you're welcome. Our planned meetings are the first and third Monday of the month. However, December's a little wonky, so you might want to wait until January.
January?
But the first Monday of January should be our Land and Natural Resources Committee, and that's where that discussion should take.
Okay, in the meantime though, if you guys want to have any conversations ahead of that, my door is open. So feel free to, I've got aerial photos in that lease, so that might be helpful for you guys.
The other thing too is that I wonder if we can get some clarification for that, so maybe TLE or somebody can get our clarification of who's they're leasing it or, what's going on.
TLE or solo, that was
Yeah.
my only follow-up
Okay.
question.
So just if they can, send that information to you, so that way you know what you can do and stuff. So I guess request that from them. Thank you.
Thanks, Bob.
Yeah, I'm kind of old, so I might forget the questions here, so I better ask real quick before going further. Regarding your credit, you said you're back paying all those.
We're going through all the PRC, we're going through all those old referrals, and there was a big backlog.
Okay.
And so we're going through those to make sure all those referrals have purchase orders and that those are getting paid.
Okay, my question's gonna be that, is there any way IHS can repair blemished credits?
I'm not sure I know the answer to that. I will find out though. So if there are people that have had credit issues that have been impacted by that, I would just ask that they come in and meet with
I'm
me.
speaking on behalf of my wife here. She's got a good credit. And because, she went to Sanford over a year and a half ago and IHS didn't pay for her fees, and then, there's some credit agencies that are bugging her.
Okay.
They're asking for her to, making a payment and stuff. And my second question is, I was told that there was a November 1st deadline on that opening of that entrance to the hospital. And here we are in almost the middle of December, and they're still working on it. When is that gonna be done?
Probably closer to this spring. So I did get renderings, and that's what I want to go over next, because you guys wanted to see what all the construction projects are, and so our engineer gave us renderings. I say spring because we meet every week, and what I've come to understand in those meetings is that they had hoped to have started on that vestibule much sooner than they were able to, but because of all the projects that we have going on, At the same time, we do have different companies up there working on different things. And when one project gets delayed for whatever reason, it is impacting the next group coming in and being able to do some of their things. And so that, as I come to understand it, has been part of the issue.
Yeah, I kind of wish that part of your conversations takes up, elderly, because, elderly have to walk a long way to get into the hospital.
And we have entered into conversations to try to figure out some type of a tunnel system or something that we can accommodate people, also open up more dedicated parking in that basement door, which isn't gonna isn't gonna shorten the distance up to outpatient because you're still having to walk a long ways, but we're having conversations to address that too. But it would be, most of it would be inside. That would be better than walking all the way outside. And we did, after our last meeting, we did talk to, we've been working with the engineer to look at different options to put up some type of a wind and weather barrier. You know, with our wind here, it's gonna have to meet some certain type of specs, so we're looking at options for that. The other thing too is that we did have engaged in some conversation with Skyla to talk about whether or not there was a way we could do a shuttle service. Because our staff did discuss that prior to my coming here, and I guess we're not allowed to do the shuttle service with our GSA vehicles that we use for government business. And so the tribe has more flexibility on that, so we entered into some discussions. Nothing's been finalized yet, but we are having those conversations to see if there's ways we can partner with other tribal programs to at least maybe have a driver that's in the parking lot that could shuttle people to the front door.
How about you get together with the golf club and get some golf carts?
Golf carts?
Yeah.
I
Well, I'm really
Side by
concerned
side.
because the winter
Yeah.
months are coming up and
Yeah.
the elderly people that are parking in a parking lot have to walk a long
And
way.
we do have 4 dedicated spots in front of that door that are supposed to be for that. We also have a number that people can call. If they need assistance, they can call us from the parking lot and we will send somebody out to get them and escort them in.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Comes. You had your hand up.
You know, that's still an inconvenience for our people, having to get in and out of a vehicle, somebody picking them up. There still needs to be a better, way to do this, even if it's opening up more parking or something close by, especially with the cold, having them get in and out of the vehicles. And then, I wanted to just make a comment, not to recycle our contractors, especially those that have complaints on them when it comes to the hospital. And I experienced something,
Are you talking about construction contractors?
okay, people the people that you're hiring that are coming back in. And I also witnessed something. There was a family that brought back their son for comfort care. And they took him upstairs and the nurse was taking care of him. And then all of a sudden someone came in and said, they need you downstairs, you need to go upstairs, they're short staffed. That should never happen.
That's gonna happen sometimes, Totes, because we're a hospital, and so even if we need help upstairs, if we have situations downstairs and outpatient, we actually do have cross-training policies to make it not only clear to staff, but we have to be ready to help wherever help is needed. And so we do have, I'm not saying that in that certain situation that nurse should have been pulled from that patient, but us cross-training and helping other units when they get an influx or a surge, that is something that as a busy hospital, we have to prepare for.
And you aren't prepared because we never received a plan when that ER transition, because they're still short staff.
They're actually not, but we have times when we have what we call influx or surge. So the ER staffing is being staffed. There are times when people call out sick. Sometimes those are our federal staff, sometimes they're contracted staff, and we have to deal with that, which we do. But there are also times when the ER especially will have a situation that occurs, whether it be a trauma, a car wreck or something, and we have to get all hands on deck down there to deal what's coming in the door. Some of the other types of surge events that we've experienced recently have to do with a lot of suicidal ideation, and those patients do require one-to-one observation. And we also rely on staff from every department to go and help when we have those situations. So I'm not sure what exactly the situation you're talking about is, and I'm willing to look into it for sure. But we will have times where staff, including our administration staff, we go down and be observers if that's what the ER needs to make the ER stable.
You know, you need to look at your stats, because I guarantee you, your surges are at first of the month, third of the month, on weekends.
Yep.
So you should always have the ED equipped and staffed, fully staffed, even if it means having a couple more people come in to be ready for that. And then, I would recommend, and I called Skyla and I asked her about this. We really need a hospice house.
I don't
Our loved
disagree
ones
with
shouldn't
that.
have to come home,
Yeah.
and the family shouldn't have to sit in a hospital room and watch their loved ones pass away. It needs to be in a home setting. And there was a proposal already put out to the tribe before. We should take a double wide up there, and this was discussed at that time with IHS, to have nursing staff go out there when they bring someone home also, so the family can be comfortable rather than sleeping on the floor or having, you know, just a little area for coffee, so they can be in a home setting when their loved ones pass on. So, you know, get with Skyla, see what money is available, what grant she can apply for, because
Okay.
our people don't deserve to start their journey that way at all.
I think there's things we could do internally upstairs too, to maybe address some of those concerns. So we'll talk with the staff up there. I'm sure they've probably got some good ideas around that too. But I don't disagree with you, but I also am very happy that we can be that place that they can come back to. Because being around family is the most important thing during that time, so we work really hard to try to support that every time we can.
You know, Council Rep, bless his soul, Shadow Wright, when he sat here, I went to him actually, probably about 10 years ago to bring, a grandma home, who passed away. And this was talked about 10 years ago, and we're still sitting
Still
here.
talking about it.
So we really need to, address that issue.
You know, and that, you guys asked me earlier today, what are things that could help? So what, hospice, that's one of those types of things where IHS might have an authority to implement, but there's no funding backing it. There's lots of healthcare things like that that could be utilized in rural settings like this, that we have authority, but no funding to back it up. And I'm definitely willing to make a list with you
That's
guys.
where Skyla's gonna come into play.
Yeah.
To look for grants. So
Great.
collaborate with her and the health board.
Will do, definitely. One of the other things we've talked about that I want to address, that we've taken very seriously and, move forward with is, I heard you about behavioral health. It is obviously something that impacts our emergency room and all of our, entire environment, and it's really affecting this community. We also know that holidays can be especially hard for that. And so I did make a formal request with the assistance of our headquarters and area folks to request a commission core deployment for behavioral health staff to come on site to support Rosebud. That request has been moved up to the department, and I'm hoping to hear back soon to see if that if those specialists will be coming. That also included asking for individuals to come and help us with the surge that I talked about earlier, where we need observers and sitters. Because sometimes there's just a lot. And we do our very, very best to make sure that we follow those. And when we have situations where it's not followed to our expectation, then we roll those right into an RCA and we try to figure out how we can bridge those gaps. We also we already have some commission officers that have been with us since, I want to say, early October, end of September for temporary details. We have found out we're going to be getting more of those individuals, so I sent up a priority list based on some of our most important vacancies, requesting that some of those be considered as a priority for Rosebud, and those new officers will be arriving, some in January, some in February. And now I would like to show you the renderings of all the construction projects going on, if this cooperates with me. And no, okay, it didn't cooperate. Hang on. Prepared for that because I figured I might have a problem. Oh. My old.
Question. I was just wondering how much is left of the program, if I should save my questions until after you're all done, or what you would?
That ended my slides, and now I just want to show you the construction plans.
Can I get on the list for questions when she's finished? Oh, she can hear.
And then this is it. Okay. I just want to be able to show you what we plan for the different areas.
Whenever she's finished, can I get on the list for questions? She's going to finish up this slide and then, thank you.
Okay. Do you guys see it on your screen? Do you see what I'm showing?
He's coming to help you.
Okay.
To make you save you first.
Thanks. I need to This was supposed to be embedded in the report that I sent, so I will have Dave send this document to you guys as a separate document, because it wouldn't open. It did when I was at the hospital.
Did you say you have a question for her? You want to ask her while he's trying to figure that out?
Sure. Okay, I didn't want to go all over. Is it okay if I sit down? I have a few questions. Okay, thank you. Thank you for coming today. Let me find out where I was here. The first question that I had was, back when you were talking about the PRC issues and you were really happy about the progress that has been made, I think you said something from like 500 outstanding to the 30s or something like that. Can you explain a little bit about what issues were causing such a Because from where I sit, the only change is you, right? From where I sit, the only difference is you are now in there. And so I don't know if that's it, that if you're the boss of the boss that came in and that's what changed. But I was just wondering, that's my first question, if you could explain a little bit of what actually led up to the point of us being so far backed up and how we were able to address that in such a short amount of time when we couldn't prior.
Well, I think some of it we've touched on before, right? Because we had some staffing, we've had some really severe staffing shortages in there, even back in 23 when I was there. I think back then we only had 2 permanent staff in there. And then we had brought on 2 individuals that work from remote locations earlier this spring. They were new to PRC and there had to be some training that occurred. The other thing that happened is then we lost another employee in August, probably one of our most long-term employees in that department that really knew the processes and all the minute things that have to happen when a referral comes in, which includes assessing it for third party, alternate resource, taking it to committee, getting the committee to vote, and then after that, issuing the purchase orders, contacting the patient, contacting the referral agency, making sure those appointments get set up, making sure that there is reach out and we know that appointment occurred. And if from that appointment, say there was an evaluation of some site that then resulted in a surgery or more medical care, how did we address some of that? And it is, I can't point to one thing because it's many things at once over time. And it's not me.
How long have you been there? Sorry to interrupt.
I came October 20th.
Okay, so since October, and that's what you said, prior to October 20, we had over 500 outstanding.
Yep.
So since October, we were able to clear that up.
So in
explain how many
September-
staff we added. to be
In
able to
September,
make
what also occurred is we brought in our area staff. Jamie and Tanya have been helping daily since that time. And that occurred probably around September 15th. So when I came in, we were seeing some improvement in some processes, but we were also identifying, let me get out of your way. We were also identifying other things that needed to have an improvement around it. And so there's about 6 different things within PRC that have to be tracked by different people at all times. And if you take your eye off the ball on even one of those, things can fall apart very quickly. And unfortunately, I believe that that is somewhat of what occurred. And then bringing new people on, losing those folks that had a really good historical knowledge, trying to build people up. So what has happened is those new people.
How many? That's what I asked. How many
There's
people
2.
have hired since October?
2? Well, they weren't hired since October. They were actually brought on, I want to say April, May, June sometime. And so getting them built up so that they knew how to process all the different things. There was a learning curve with that training. And now they're rolling with it. And it really is in large part because we've brought in our area experts and have had them helping and assisting down to the point where we make assignments for people every day. Who's going to have these referrals? Who's going to do these purchase orders? When are we going to move to this? And we have a lot of staff, Marissa, Toby Ann, Ryan, that continue to help outside of their normal PDs as well. We've also called in some help from other PRCs from other facilities because a lot of that work can be done through the computer. And so we do have an individual who is an employee at Fort Yates that has been working some overtime to assist us as well. So while timeline, it might look like it's me, it's not me. It's monitoring that program and making sure we're looking at every piece of that puzzle.
Thank you for that clarification, because like I said, I'm
Yeah.
a little bit new, but from the outside looking in, the only change that I saw recently was you, and I also was wanting to learn about those issues so that when you're no longer here and we have a more long-term permanent person and something like this arises, we know, first of all, if that's an option, that you can turn this thing around in 2 months or less.
Right.
But also the type of support that it would take from area office to make sure
Get
that
it
happen
there.
and what it looks like when we don't have that.
So as
Thank you
part
for
of
clarifying
my commitment to Rosebud, is to make sure, the other thing that we're working on right now is standard operating procedures. So that if somebody else comes in who's a novice, who's never done this before, we have a path for them to learn. It will still take them some time to learn it, but they will know. But also for our leadership, whoever that may be at that facility that steps in after me, that they know what they've got to keep their eyes on. Because that is a critical key piece to this component.
Thank you. Do you want me to keep going, or do you want to take a break and finish yours, since your
I
slides
leave
are-
that up to you all. This is your meeting.
Just keep going? Okay, thank you very much. My next question is on, we've been hearing kind of buzzes about, potential IHS reorganization on the area, federal level. And
Headquarters.
so I'm wondering if you could just touch a little bit on what you know right now, so that we know what the actual, correct information is versus gossip or hearsay or potential, because I think it was had to do with the downsizing our area to maybe from however many regions to 5 or something like that, and then can you discuss where that would leave us then?
Sure. So the discussion is happening, but it's happening at that headquarters level between IHS and HHS. Okay, and so, Indian Health Service, I encourage you to look. They do have and have had several, tribal consultation meetings. Some of those have been face-to-face. Some of those are virtual. So if you go to the IHS website and look at the director's blog, there should be information on any of those upcoming meetings that are occurring, and that's where you're going to find your best information. There is talk of reorganization, and there is talk about, we are currently an organization of 12 regions, so there is talk about somehow compacting or reorganizing those 12 areas into a different number. But there's been nothing formal yet. And there, as far as I am aware, they're still in negotiations with that.
Okay, so we don't even know
What we
who would
are
be
hearing,
downsized with.
and what we are hearing is that there would be no loss of jobs, and I think you'll see that in public things that are being put out there to help. There may even be some, I'm certain that there's probably some Deer Tribal Leaders letters around this. I can get you guys copies of those. But what our staff are being told internally is that nobody's going to lose jobs over this. It's going to be a realignment because we need all the help we can get. Rosebud's in 50% or, 49% vacancy rate. I can guarantee you almost every other IHS is similar to that number, some being higher, some being a little lower, depending on where they are
And I
geographically
think that's where
located.
some of the concern is coming from,
Yeah.
because the whispers, I guess, are that we're gonna be paired with maybe, Oklahoma and Kansas or some of these other tribes that are very compacted and very urban and very, a lot wealthier than we are. And so that was some of the concern also, is if we're paired within that region, we'll get lost in that, or we won't get heard on the same level because we're so different from some of the other potential reorganizations. So that's where the concern was coming.
Yeah, and I do think, I don't know exactly what they're looking at for as the pairing, Emily, but I do think that those are valid questions and concerns, and they do have forums set up for those discussions. So if you
Can you
guys,
share those, your tribal?
yeah, I can try to get you all the information. We'll get you those via email on there.
Okay, real fast again. Do you have any plans ongoing or current or new about or addressing the staff retention and recruitment? I know just from this meeting that we've had today, but of course from other meetings, there's ongoing conversations, but it comes into, we need people hired, obviously, but
keeping them.
But I also, and I sound like a broken record, and looking for ways to collaborate, because you said earlier, this might be something we could do, but we don't have funding for it. Well, we might have staff and funding, but we don't have the expertise or the training or the facility or whatever. And so those are the type of things that I'm hoping that you're either in talks of or actual developing a plan to address. I know we talked about grow your own, but in my mind, that's only one pathway, right? Like there should be many pathways.
There should be many.
And so how can we work with health admin? How can we work with our schools? How can we work with just our job entities or whatever to find out this is a need? These are the people. How can we get them trained or find the funding? Because it's all about funding, right? But you can't get funding without a plan, and you can't get plan without collaboration and communication. So that's kind of where I'm backtracking, is we're still stuck on that step right there, is how can we continue this in a more meaningful way so it's not just me talking at you, or you know what I mean?
Yeah,
And so
absolutely.
I just wanted to throw that out there again, because I really see the training, the schooling, all of this, if we could get it to work right, we could really have a nice functioning system, even with the valet parkers. I mean, there's people that watch the door for elders. I mean, there's a lot, we have elder department here. You know what I mean? Like, I just think there's a way for us to fill some of these gaps where it doesn't put the sole responsibility on one entity.
No, I appreciate that. I think those conversations are really good, and I welcome you guys to either come to our building or let us know where to meet you at. We will definitely come and meet you and have those conversations with whichever tribal program to go forward, because we only get better working together. No matter where I go, that's the common need.
And so just to follow up and I don't mean to be any kind of way, but I missed the last several meetings, or last couple meetings where our council made action on some resolutions regarding the staff at IHS. And so I was just wondering if you had any follow-up or where we are with the status of those tribal resolutions.
So that won't come from me.
Okay.
Right? That will come from our headquarters and probably through our area director. So that's where you should look for that information.
Okay, I just missed the last meetings, and so I was just looking for a little update on that. Thank you. Those are my questions, Madam. Thank you.
Okay. Dale, maybe, with what Emily's discussing with you and what Bob Buxell brought up, maybe you can work with our SNETP program. They have people that they need to put into jobs to bring a few people over to do an agreement with you to have a few of the employees that are available that are looking for jobs to be like a concierge.
Okay.
That people, I mean, that would be their sole purpose. Because it seems like we should be able to do an MOA or MOU with the tribe just to hire us, because it's probably not within your funding, but it would provide an opportunity for those people to work. I mean, they'll be our own tribal members working to help the elders in to provide whatever assistance. But that's just a suggestion that maybe you talk with Lori Bordeaux and see if maybe she has tribal members that are available to work as one.
The other option for us, people have to pass a federal background check, which I'm not gonna lie, can take months. And then we'll be in the spring. So I'd like to have that conversation, though. There might be ways we can have them employed by maybe a tribal program, but they still provide the same
It is a
service.
tribal program. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay. Yeah. Great.
Our Sitangu Nation employment program.
Okay, very good, thank you.
So what do we have left? 1, 2,
Just
3,
have 10.
5, 6, 7, 8.
We got 11?
Nope, we're gonna have 10.
Dad's leaving, so we have 10.
As soon as Stan locks out the door, it's 10.
Well, I can send you the construction renderings if you would like. It just has pictures of the different areas and how we plan to go through them. Not all of them are fully funded yet, so that would be the only thing you might have questions on, but I can put together a brief and an email when I send it, that explains some of that.
Yeah, just send it out to us.
Okay, very good.
So she'll just send it out to you, which is when Stan leaves, we now do not have 11. And so we'll meet again first thing, bright and early, right at 10 o'clock on the dot.
All right, on the dot.
I just wanted to add, since I know we're kind of unofficial right now, but because of this new kind of relationship that we're trying to build here in partnership and everything, at committee level for House Board, when they reported, they brought, and forgive me, I don't remember what you guys call it, but it's kind of like a tracking mechanism where we give them our concerns and then they kind of work on it and it tracks them like where they are, if they're following up, and if we cleared it off for them, they can kind of check it off. So if there are any concerns from council, please reach out to make sure that we can get that on that list, because we are actively trying to discuss things, and not only just to say we check the box, but to literally get things done, because sometimes it feels like we're talking about the same things over and over. And so I just want to throw that out. We are trying to track things a little bit better from committee. Thank you.
Okay. Unofficially.
Yep, unofficially. But Madam Chair, can we, tracking always comes up. Can we come up with the tracking form for us? Because
what Emily's talking about and what Dale's talking about is something that when I was on tribal council, I proposed that we change our format to be, because I worked with them and I know what she's got, for us to change our format in our our minutes, where it has your discussion, the date, the discussion, it has, who was responsible for this, for the follow-up, and then it stays on there until the last column shows that it's done.
But like even for our programs tomorrow, I'd like to just see what the tracking forms are that when they serve our people from the beginning to the end, you know, because we always get people who call us for the same thing.
Yeah, it might be something that new that we need to develop for everyone within the tribe that has to come here.
Yep. All right.
But see you all tomorrow at 10.
Council, I forwarded you that email that, Dave Redis sent me, that is her report. Because he didn't have all of you guys' addresses, so I'm sending him a list of you guys' addresses.
Did you guys let Sunny know not to come back over?
Over
Sunny
BIA?
too.
Yeah.
I mean Sunny.
Yeah, let
Sunny
Sunny know not to come. Ben,
Are you doing any questions for tomorrow thing?
Huh?
The governor thing coming over? Or you still like to do a little bit of?
just all of you put your questions down so that, look at what he has on his itinerary and just develop your questions that you want to ask him tomorrow. And they can stretch it out a little bit more than 15 minutes. That 15 minutes is just the standard for senators and governors, so. When you go to those meetings with the senator, you have 15 minutes to throw the whole thing out there.
Have a good evening, everyone.
Well, I'm gonna reserve about 3.5 of those.
Okay, so tomorrow we'll make a motion.
Okay, my turn.
I think you don't know BIA's.
I have no
All
idea.
right, Bill, who's gonna follow you home? We got mail money? He needs an escort. Alvarez.
Travel escort.
Madam Chair.
He knows where
People who are on travel, they're asking what we were in exec for.
over here.
Information, yes, okay.
Let's let them know that we're being served.
Yeah.
I don't gamble. Thank you so much. Good for you.
We were in exec, but let them know.
I tell you, getting it for me every day, driving that road is. I might come from the gambling family, but I'm not a gambler. The only one in the family. I'm not.
Exactly.
I'll be, I do enjoy some wine every once in a while.
Hey. We're gonna have to take back that $1,000 towards the bond.
What? Oh, nobody just asked around yet. Yeah, I hope not.
Outstanding film, man.
Yeah, thank you.
In the past,
Yeah.
did council make motion?
Yeah.
State.
A song at the rodeo?
Mics are still on, you guys. Mics are still on.
Well, the mics are still on.
Whatever. we're everybody's hearing.
In the past, did we make motions where everybody stayed the same?
Because I've been getting a lot of calls and.
Calvin, turn it off.
He's not in here.
He's not.
Wow.
That's why.
I know.
That's why I brought it
That's
up.
relevant.
Because they said the tribe gives everybody a business bonus, the same, and then your other ones are based on merit, whereas the other.
Everybody that sits here, it changes every time.